in this volatility, maybe to shift this portfolio around?
Yeah, so he is very cautious. I think it's also something by nature because he has to go back home and then justify any changes. He was really at pain to repeating me many times that this was long-term investments and this had to benefit the owners of the sovereign wealth fund. And essentially, at the end of the day, it's really for the people of his country. So he was very careful in talking about valuations. When I asked about football, and his eyes kind of twinkled a little bit, he said, look, they're looking at it. They haven't made a decision yet. But again, he went back to the fact that this is about finances. It's not about having that trophy, assets like Harrods, who he reminded me is doing quite well, but it's about having, shareholder return and value that creates something in the longer term.
Yeah. Liverpool's on the block, Manchester United potentially on the block. There are some trophy assets out there. Did you when his eyes twinkled, did you sense an opportunity there?
I mean, I think they're probably looking at something. He was very cautious, and he said, I think, that he wasn't really a sportsman himself. So again, it's looking about the numbers, but it was interesting to hear the conversation about football in general, because he says there are opportunities, there's more money coming into the UK, and so he talked a little bit about the Premier League. I tried to ask him, being a Chelsea fan myself, who he was supporting, and he would not say. I've tried to Google it. There's nothing to intimate that they like one team more than the other on a personal level.
Yeah, well, I suspect every Qatari is now a football fan after the World Cup. What I thought was interesting, he did sound quite reassured that Elon Musk is still going to deliver for them. Again, is there a kind of is there some trepidation now, as you highlighted, Francine, such volatility with Twitter over the last few months?
Yeah, I was surprised, actually, that he stuck in with Elon Musk. He says, we have full confidence. And the first time that we heard the QIA talk about Elon Musk was at our Qatar Economic Forum, where, again, the chief executive of Qatar said they fully trusted Elon Musk. When I tried to get him also afterwards to talk a little bit about the plans of Elon Musk, I asked him cheekily whether he had asked Elon to stop tweeting. And he reminded everyone, again, that he was part of a consortium and that they still trust a longer-term vision. Because they're investors with this consortium, and again, it's not day-to-day trading, it's not even on a 12-month horizon. I wonder whether he still bought into the vision of Elon Musk and making this maybe a super app, but that doesn't take 3 months, it doesn't take 6 months, it takes maybe 2-3 years, and it doesn't matter how much China you break on the way.
Okay. Well, I guess that's an interesting approach. Francine, fantastic coverage, fantastic coat. We look forward to seeing more of both as we work our way through the rest of the week.
Yeah.
It's great. Very Italian. Fran loves it. Okay, we've got great coverage coming up from the World Economic Forum in Davos over the next few days. Stay tuned for that coverage. We've also got some really interesting coverage coming out of Germany as well. Mercedes-Benz, very much a company in transition. We're going to head to Stuttgart, Germany next, take a peek at its most modern manufacturing facility. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Modern life consists in large part of entries in databases. If you have money, what you have is an entry in your bank's database saying how much money is there. If you have a share of stock, what you have is generally an entry on a list kept by the company or by some financial intermediary. You have to trust the keepers of the databases. What if we updated these databases? If we rewrote them from scratch in modern computer languages, using modern software engineering principles, with the goal of making them interact with one another seamlessly? If you did that, it would be almost like having one database, the database of life. You could send money in exchange for a house, or you could send someone's social reputation in exchange for participation in an online class, or whatever. It's all the same computer system. That would be convenient and powerful, but it would also be scary. It would put even more pressure on trust. Whoever runs that one database would, in a sense, run the world. Who could you trust to do that? But what if there was one database and everyone ran it? That's the crypto story.
Let's talk about the global supply chain story, which has been breaking down ever since the pandemic hit. China being isolated, all of these are key factors in what is happening in Germany right now. So you've had broken supply chains, you've got an energy crisis as well to factor in, you've got the fear of recession, which continues to stalk the German economy. Now, of course, as well, you've got to think about the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, which could have a really big impact on whether or not we continue to see so many cars being made in Europe. Now, European industry is having to adapt to all this very, very quickly. Mercedes-Benz is one company that is trying to accelerate that process. We have sent a team to one of the most advanced auto factories in Europe. And Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joins us now from this factory. It's a Mercedes-Benz factory. It's just outside Stuttgart, of course. And Ollie joins us now. Ollie, you're sitting literally right next to the production line. Paint a picture for us. What is this facility? How advanced is it? How is it solving some of the problems that European car makers face right now?
So, Guy, this facility is absolutely massive. It is 3 million square meters. That is equivalent to 560 football fields, 420 soccer pitches for you. But more critically, it employs 35,000 people. Let's remember, in Germany, the question of industry is not a small thing. In many developed economies that have tacked more to the services side, in Germany, 20% of the economy is still industrial manufacturing. So here you have a factory that employs a great number of people trying to adapt to the very long laundry list of issues that you have just enumerated there. Factory 56 is one of the most modern attempts at doing that, and is doing it in some very interesting ways. We just spoke to the head of production about all of the different ways that they're trying to do that.
Talk us through what he said. Kind of walk us through what Germany can now do to adapt to these scenarios. You talk about the size and scale, but how is that size and scale going to change in this new world?
So, Guy, one of the hardest things to do probably in a factory is to try to solve a problem that's going on outside of the factory. And in that case of supply chains, that is exactly the problem that needs to be solved, and that is exactly the problem that they're trying to solve here. On this assembly line here behind me, they can produce EVs on the same assembly line as combustion engines and hybrid cars. They can do all of it on one assembly line, and they can change what they're manufacturing basically overnight. That is a very difficult thing to achieve. Some call it the most complex assembly line. Some call it the most intelligent. It may be a bit of both, yep. But for one thing that's for sure, it's expensive. And luckily, since these are very luxury vehicles, they have the margins to do those experiments, and they've been able to experiment, and this is a blueprint for their factories going forward.
Ollie, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Tune into our exclusive interview with Mercedes head of production. That's going to take place tomorrow. We've also got the...
Ship is much more than a flotilla of financials and numbers. Naftali Holt showed me around the Celebrity Beyond, Royal Caribbean's newest ship, rolling out not the red carpet, instead the magic carpet, an example of investment that's yielding returns in several different ways.
Originally, actually, we designed it because we wanted to have a really nice platform for tendering, because sometimes we can't home port.
So functional.
Exactly, value functional. And then we looked at it and said, why don't we just make it a really cool feature spot where people can enjoy it beyond the functional space? And we created this bar. It went up and down.
Now, what does it take to
How about the Instagram? Can you speak about that?
I can imagine.
Instagram moment with the sunset, having a drink with your friends or family. I mean, that's amazing.
So what does it take to do something like this? And I'm thinking cost, engineering, time.
Yeah, a lot of effort from a lot of people. So it starts from just the design and the conceptual aspect of it. Then we need to figure out a lot of technical factors, the weight, the wind. wind, and so lots and lots of hours of really hard work. And every time we up the game, we see that customer willing to spend more.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia. This is Countdown to the Close.
Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto.
Okay, let me take you back to the World Economic Forum, which is taking place, of course, in the Swiss Alps, in Davos. It's kicking off. It's going to start really in earnest tomorrow. We've got some fantastic interviews for you today. Francine Lacroix is back, and she's with the South African Finance Minister. Francine, back over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Guy. I am delighted to be talking to the Minister of South Africa, the Finance Minister, Mr. Gondogwana. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. There's so much talk about Eskom. There is so much talk about the blackouts. Are you involved in those conversations with the government?
Yes, I am. Of necessity, I would have to be involved. It would also involve financing, so I'm involved in the discussions.
And so what new firepower does the government have to try and settle this once and for all?
You know, there are a couple of issues which need to be dealt with. The first thing is to get Eskom to improve its operational efficiency and improve its existing coal plants. The second issue is for us to move with speed in procuring emergency electricity. Third issue is to deal with crime and vandalism. And fourthly, is to deal with demand management, an issue we're working with as Treasury. How do we make sure that we can reduce the strain on the grid by taking people off the grid?
But, Minister, how difficult is this? This feels like the perfect storm. The Treasury has also said they will not give more money to Eskom to buy diesel. At the same time, if you don't use diesel, then the prices go much up for the economy. How do you deal with this?
Let me just say, I don't believe that Eskom doesn't have money for diesel, for starters. That's a different matter. If really Eskom needed money for diesel, I don't think would not have found a solution, but I don't think that's their immediate problem at the moment.
So what's the government's timeline in dealing with these stage 6 outages?
Let me just say, I mean, from where we sit, we are going to take almost a chunk of Eskom's debt in the next financial year, which means Eskom should be able to find ways of raising money to pay for diesel. So that's not, in my view, a major problem. So I've outlined 4 things that need to be done as a matter of urgency. One of the key points is not only to focus on diesel, is to focus on the 48,000 megawatt capacity which Eskom has, which unfortunately is coal-related, is to bring that power back.
Minister, how much of the debt will you assume?
We said in the medium-term budget policy statement in October that there are a lot of variables which will influence how much of that debt we're going to take over, one of which was the pronouncement by NERSA. We wanted to know how much are they going to give increase to Eskom, which will influence Eskom's cash flow moving forward. That has happened, and now we're working on the figure we'll be announcing on the 22nd of February.
2/3?
I said between 1/3 and 2/3 then. But now we're working on the exact figure, which we'll announce next month on the 22nd of February.
But can you give us an indication? Would it be below 2/3?
No.
Give me a price range.
No. I said,
a range that's wide enough not to get you in trouble, but for investors to understand.
Between 1 and 2/3, I'm beginning to narrow the range because of just this last week getting Eskom's NERSA's increase, which will begin to help me to narrow the range. I can't narrow it at the moment.
Is it narrowed at the high end? Is it narrowed at the high end or the
Wait
top
for
range?
that on the 22nd of February next month.
But Minister, so after you announce it, how quickly can you then deal with it?
Even those modalities will be part of that announcement.
Can you tell me if it's brief or whether we need to wait much longer? Again, broadly, what kind of timeline? Is it 2 months? Can it take longer? How fast?
I've got to take a number of factors into account. How much does it, what implications will it do on the debt to GDP ratio and so on? How do I stabilize that debt ratio over the longer term? Those are the factors I've got to take into account.
Can you talk us about the grid? So there were plans also to get, some of the private companies maybe to help with that. That's fallen a little bit short of expectations.
No, the private sector is already involved in what is called the IPP program. So that is private sector generated electricity.
Could they do more?
Yes.
But why have they not done more?
That's why I was saying we need to do emergency procurement. That emergency procurement means private sector can do more.
Okay, but you're confident if I speak to you in 5 months that we'll be in a much better place, that most of this will be resolved?
Most of it, I think, in 5 months would have been, the stage of load shedding, we might have load shedding at about stage 2 and so on, but not stage 6.
Okay, and I know you don't want to give a range of that debt, but it will be big enough for Eskom to be in a much bigger place and buy diesel.
It will be big enough to assist Eskom to have a healthy balance sheet in order to finance its operation moving forward.
Minister, I'm sure here in Davos you'll get a lot of questions from institutional investors, private investors about the future of South Africa. What do you tell them? How do you entice companies to come in and invest now?
I think South Africa is one of the most sophisticated economies on the African continent, very integrated to global economies. With just have one or two minor challenges which we're dealing with. And once we deal with these issues, is the best investment destination. Yeah. And I can tell you now, its economy has proved to be resilient. Out of the Economist has published about 34 economists, and I think if you average out, South Africa is 15 of those.
What do you think those two issues are?
It's electricity, logistics, and to some extent, crime.
And that will be fixed by the end of the year. Are you going to see a lot of investments coming into once those two are fixed, or is there still political turmoil?
We're seeing a lot of investment now. If you look at you see the lot of investment that comes to the African continent. We're probably among the top investment destinations on the African continent.
Minister, when you look, and I'm sure when you started your job, you had a priority list. How far along are you in that list? Are you 50% there?
On which list?
On your priority list of what you wanted to get done when you got the job.
Yeah. Look, when I got into the job, there are a couple of things. One of them was the service delivery departments, making sure that they can get the sufficient resources to be able to provide health, education, police. As we speak now, this year we've employed about 10,000 police. Next year we've got another 5,000 police in order to deal with these issues.
What about the automotive industry? So what kind of support can you give to the automotive industry? I mean, this is, contributing about 4% of GDP and 12% of exports.
We are going to give support to that industry, and we're working with industry to achieve those objectives. The question is, one of the discussions we're having with them is that we've got to move from the current situation to electric vehicles, but there's a transition in between. What that transition is a detail we're crafting out. We're going to provide the support.
So what kind of support? How do you lure manufacturers into the country?
We currently have a program which has made that industry sustain in South Africa, which is the Automotive Industry Development Program. Yeah. So we currently have that program, but we've got to move that program with the times, with the changing technological needs of the industry.
But that is what support to make it. How much do you want the automotive industry to be there? How much are you asking manufacturers to increase production by?
Let me just tell you, and we've got Toyota, we've got Volkswagen, we've got BMW, we've got Mercedes, we've got Ford, we've got Nissan. All of those plants would like them to remain in South Africa. What we're discussing is to what extent are they going to continue to manufacture in South Africa.
Could you get some of that business because it's moving away from China because of the COVID zero?
Interesting enough, one year, I can't remember which year, the Volkswagen CEO in South Africa was boasting is that in the sense that we're the only one who could penetrate the Asian markets as opposed to their European counterpart. So we were provided an incentive for that industry to be competitive, to incentivize them to export. So we're doing well.
Okay.
That's it.
With China reopened, does it change anything?
No, it has not. We have had those plants for years. Mercedes is going to be celebrating about 100 years. So we've had those plants and they've not been changed by the developments in China.
Minister, I know I have to let you go, and I know you will not tell me about the debt for Eskom, but investors won't be disappointed?
No.
So it is closer to the 2/3. Can you?
No, I'm providing, I've been warned by the lawyers and advisors that I can create tension once I get to that level at this stage.
Okay, we don't want you in trouble with the lawyers, especially as you have the best headgear in Davos and the Alps. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. That was, of course, South Africa's finance minister. And with that, I'm going to send it back to you, Guy, and we'll have plenty more interviews throughout the day here in Davos.
It does make you wonder what else he's got under that hat. I'm sure he's got some ideas under there. Francine, fantastic. Love that hat. Francine Lacqua with the South African Finance Minister. Coming up, we're going to take a look at how the easing of supply chain pressure is affecting the logistics businesses. Last Thursday, GXO had an investor day. The analyst community seems to have liked what it heard. Mark Van Duker, GXO Logistics CIO, joining us next. This is Bloomberg.
Some years ago, this little town became famous for having 5 centenarians and made it to the cover of National Geographic, having 5 centenarians out of a couple of thousand people.
Eu, 102 anos. Qual segredo? Não sou. Eu mando sempre.
Fasting is such an interesting part of the longevity conversation. And ask the question of, well, why are these people living so long?
Fasting has been done for thousands of years, of course, but we now had to move away again from these ideas of eating or fasting. They both mean very little. I've seen 110 healthy, but it's not going to be doable for the entire world population. It's going to be doable, I think, for the people that listen and follow all the right moves.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg.
They have.
I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
So GXO Logistics recently spun out, had an investor day last Thursday, basically laying out what 2023 is going to look like and setting some financial targets all the way out to around 2027. The market seems to have liked what it heard, or at least the analyst community that attended appears to have liked what it heard. You've got upgrades coming through from Deutsche Bank, setting a price target of 62. These are pre-market trades. The US market is closed today. We're at 52.52 right now. We could be well north of 60. Morgan Stanley saying the same sort of thing, going from 60 to 66 in terms of their price target. Both of these banks talking about upside here, therefore, in terms of the share price and what it can deliver. They are not alone. There were other analysts out there saying very, very similar things. So let's get some insight into what is going to happen and be happening not only at GXO, but also in the logistics industry. We're joined on set by Mark Manduka, GXO's Chief Investment Officer. Mark, as ever, nice to see you.
Guy, thanks so much.
What were the analyst community missing that you kind of updated them on in that investor meeting?
I think they wanted to see the 5-year targets. It's very easy as a new company just to tell people, trust us, bank us on the long term. But when you actually lay out the bottom-up forecast that we gave the market, 8 to 12% revenue growth between now and 2027, and 17% growth in EBITDA, that's profits, between now and 2027, that's what they wanted to see. They wanted to see a bottom-up forecast giving people that strength of $17 billion of revenue and $1.6 billion of EBITDA. The biggest thing of the Investor Day for me was the excess cash generation. This is $2 billion of cash for a company that has a $6 billion market cap. Quite extraordinary, and we're at the foothills of greatness in my view.
Foothills of greatness. How can you have the visibility that you are able to deliver that greatness, given the fact that, well, look at the last 12, 18, 24 months, a lot of volatility. Your targets are fairly confident in a world that feels increasingly uncertain.
You said it to Oliver earlier. Very similar to what you saw at Nestle. This is a business that has 5-year duration in terms of its average contract. So you can see the compounding nature of our contracts over time. That's why it's easier to make a forecast. In a typical business in the industrial space, these are transactional business models that rely on supply and demand day to day. What you see is what you get, and it's hand to mouth. That's not what this business is. I can see 3, 4, 5 years out because I'm signing contracts in that facility that you were at last Christmas. That's a 15-year contract, and therefore we can see those compounding natures over time. It's a different type.
Let's talk about what that is all premised on. You and I have spoken many times about the journey we're on towards a much more detailed and all-encompassing e-commerce environment. Mm-hmm. Yet the world I'm looking at right now, I'm seeing Amazon shutting warehouses. There's a headline out today. I've just been reading it. Marks & Spencer talking about opening new stores. We seem to be migrating back towards brick and mortar. Do we get a little over our skis on e-commerce?
I think there's a part of us that did in so many ways. So if you look at the sector over the last 3 years, there have clearly been trials and tribulations post the pandemic of people having to right size and refit where they want to grow going forwards. It's not as easy just to say I'm going to just grow willy-nilly across the market and expect everything to stick at once. It was a very strange time. But here's the message. 1 in 5 items today are being bought online. We're right now in the thick of it in the reverse logistics season. Yep. And we're seeing growth on the ground. And a lot of naysayers out there are saying it's done, the brick and mortar point. But in so many ways, I'm seeing strong growth in e-com, particularly on the continent of Europe, and also in reverse logistics. And the journey here is not just 5 years, it's 30 years.
My wife calls it unshopping. Reverse logistics.
Giving it back, exactly.
Yeah. In terms of what we've seen from the retailers that have been posting numbers thus far, quite solid.
Yes.
Next, through to Tesco, through to Marks & Spencer, all of these numbers actually look fairly solid at the moment. Mm-hmm. Do we have a pre-Christmas blowout that is going to be reversed in January? What is your sense of how your clients are performing, what the retail environment looks like right now?
I think the retail environment is actually better than most people are saying. I'm seeing all these macro strategists come on and give more of the 2022 narrative for 2023. In the US, I'm seeing a strong consumer. In the UK as well, strong consumer. Fashion, beauty doing very well. On the continent of Europe, I'm seeing a strong e-commerce market as well, off the back of Christmas. So holiday season, I think, was slightly better than expected. We said it, obviously, on Thursday in the guidance that we gave. And then on top of that, that reverse logistics season, to your point of your wife, 1 in 3 items are being returned. So off the back of a strong holiday season, you typically have a very strong January, February, and March as well.
In terms of what your expectations are for the rest of this year, the challenges still exist. Yes, heating bills may not be quite as onerous as first thought, but nevertheless, interest rates on both sides of the Atlantic have risen and risen significantly. The labour market is holding up. What is your expectation for the rest of the year?
But you said it best, which is the second derivative. They've gone up, but where are they going now? All estimates would point towards the fact, as you say, gas prices have clearly come down.
Yep.
That's more money in the wallet of the consumer. On top of that, you clearly have an interest rate environment, whether it's 25 basis points, 50 basis points. We're not talking 75 basis points anymore. That's good for mortgage rates, clearly. And then you're sitting there and saying, is the consumer as bad as people think? And the answer from me on the ground is no.
The labour market is part and parcel of that. We are seeing wages remaining elevated. You can see it in the labour market stats coming out of the States. You can see it coming out of Europe as well. Central banks are having to lean in on that. Nevertheless, when you are hiring at the moment, are you seeing any sign of the environment easing? Are we starting to get to an environment where we have a more balanced labour market? It was tight. Is that starting to reverse a little bit? What are you seeing?
Already happening. The tightness has gone. If you think about the three markets where we're really focused, let's focus on US, UK, and continental Europe. In the US, we're basically seeing wage rates anywhere around 2% to 5%. Scan back to 3 years ago, and you were actually looking at rates more like 10% to 30% in some jurisdictions, particularly on the West Coast. No longer the case. Low single digits at best in a lot of regions. And I know that because we've just come out of holiday peak, where we've hired tens of thousands of people and had to pay peak incentives.
Yep.
We haven't had to pay them to the same degree. UK, Europe, I think they're traveling about 6 months behind the US to some degree, but there it's easing too. We're talking 5%, not 10%, like we were, for example, last March, when you and I were musing about double-digit inflation.
This doesn't feel like a recessionary environment to me at the moment.
Doesn't feel like it at all. More consumer money to be spent going forwards, and I feel that there's an environment where the second derivative of things are getting better, not worse, for the consumer.
How does China reopening change things?
I think it's interesting because you and I have talked a lot about the shipping market, which is not what we do, obviously.
Sure.
We're in the four walls of the warehouse. For me, it's a freight rate question more than anything else, because logically the freight rate environment right now has been going down. It's down about 70% over the last 12 months as we've gone through this issue with China, particularly with zero COVID. As we get a reopening, we probably get a slight bump in freight rates, but the longer term problem is the damage that has been done for a lot of these global blue chip customers who no longer want to outsource 100% to Asia, and therefore Asia to Europe as a trade lane is structurally under pressure no matter what happens in the next 10 minutes in regards to freight rates.
So what does that mean in terms of, you talk about the customers and their sourcing. How are they changing? Are they multi-sourcing? Are they sourcing still some from China, still some from other Asian countries? Is it all coming back to places like Mexico? How's it working here in Europe? How is the picture developing?
I don't think it's going to be an all and sundry of anything. I think it's going to be very balanced. Roughly around $3.5 trillion of goods are likely to be moved out of Asia and into North America and Europe over the next 10 years. That's a big number. It represents roughly 1/7 of global trade in total. So you'll see that there will be over time a glide path of goods coming home to some degree. It's not just China into North America. There's going to be an element of China into Vietnam, China into Eastern Europe. So therefore, there will be a shift, I feel. I was in Mexico recently, as you know, and there's amazing things going on there. From a fiscal standpoint, obviously, they've got the proximity to the US. There's clearly a labor arbitrage to some degree. They're into automation as well, the stuff that you saw at the Nestle facility. So there's a lot to be said, as you say, for places like Mexico. And I think they're going to be the big winners over the next 10 years from that trend.
Mark, great to catch up. Congratulations on the upgrades. Nice to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Appreciate it.
Mark Manduka, the Chief Investment Officer at GXO. This is Bloomberg.
life, I've often said, is to be happy, but you seem like a very happy person.
It's like nature. Nothing ever stops. So you could be super happy 1 minute and then something happens. So it's just living. It's the joy of life.
For any young woman that's watching this, wants to be the next Diane von Furstenberg, what would you recommend?
I think the most important thing in life is the relationship you have with yourself. Once you have a good relationship with yourself, any other relationship is a plus and not a must. And the second advice is to be as true to yourself as you possibly can. And you have to accept and own things you may not like. But the more you could be you, the happier you will be.
From New York City,
From London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
So we're coming up towards the end of the day here in Europe. The European equity market close in the next hour. European equities continuing to track higher, albeit on light volume today. It is a holiday in the United States, no trading, as a result of which that takes a chunk of volume out of Europe. But the narrative continues. European equities on the front foot, continuing really some very strong performances we've seen since the start of the year. Significant outperformance versus the United States. One area we are seeing a little bit of a lag today is the basic resources area, and that is because the Chinese authorities are pushing back on elevated iron ore prices as they reopen their economy. Clearly, though, they don't want to see some of the commodity prices spiking sharply higher, which will only dent that recovery. So the miners under a little bit of pressure today. There is a nice note out on from Goldman Sachs today talking about how much aluminum prices could go higher from here. The other story that I just want to flag and mention and continue to watch for is what's going to be happening with the BOJ. Wednesday, we get the BOJ meeting. Kuroda then gets on a plane and comes to the World Economic Forum in Davos. The euro on the front foot versus the yen today. The yen on the front foot versus the dollar. I'm sure Larry Summers is going to have a view on this. We're going to be speaking to him in the next hour. David Weston is going to be joining him at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He is, of course, the Harvard University President Emeritus and former Treasury Secretary. He's one of the fantastic guests that we have lined up from the World Economic Forum. We'll get his take as well on what's happening with the Fed. We'll not only talk about what's happening with the Bank of England as well, but the World Economic Forum beginning to get into full swing. Today was the kind of the warm-up day. Today you really kind of set the scene and get an idea of what is going on. Larry Summers, the perfect person, therefore, to talk to. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Incredibly difficult for all types of companies to find employees lately. Many people with disabilities who aren't working could be working if only given a job. About 20% of people with disabilities are employed.
Right now, we're in an environment where there is a war on talent out in the marketplace. Every employer out there is struggling to find people to come into their shops and to find good, hard-working, dedicated employees. We have found through this program and other ones like it that we have within the organization that these individuals are looking for meaningful employment.
People with disabilities want to be able to live, work, and recreate in the community the same as everybody else.
Many of us
identify ourselves right away by our job title. That's an important part of our image of ourselves. So that's true for all of us, whether or not you have a disability.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Monday, the 16th of January, European equities continue to power higher and higher and higher. JP Morgan's warning that we could be about to hit an air pocket. What will cause that? We'll discuss that over the next hour. The countdown to the close starts right now.
The countdown is on in Europe. This is Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
European equities trading on light volume, but still higher. 454.68. We're up by around 0.5%. Most sectors are in positive territory. You are seeing light volume. The US is out. The miners are the exception. I flagged the miners for a couple of reasons. One of which is the Chinese authorities are pushing back on elevated commodities prices, particularly the iron ore market they're focused on. That's pushing stocks like Rio Tinto down today. The other thing I want to flag as well is that we're about to see a whole load of Chinese data dropping onto our Bloomberg terminals. We're going to get GDP overnight. We're going to get industrial production. We're going to get retail sales. This is going to provide us with a series of clues about how the reopening trade is unfolding in China. We're actually fairly short of data, insight into what is happening with that trade. A lot of anecdotal evidence. We're going to start putting some numbers on that. So pay attention to that Chinese data overnight. The other thing you want to pay attention to is the build-up to the BOJ. Euro-yen currently a little bit stronger today. In fact, Europe feels like it's having a very positive day today. This is all on the back of a bunch of things. The Chinese reopening trade is certainly helping out the European economy and sentiment towards it. You've also got the kind of the warmer weather, which is reducing the risk of a kind of cold snap causing a crisis in Europe. All of this, of course, welcome news to Eurozone finance ministers. They've been meeting in Brussels today. The Eurogroup president, Pascal Donohoe, offering an optimistic view a little earlier to Maria today about the short-term outlook for the euro area. He spoke to Maria before the meeting.
I believe the euro area is in a very resilient place. We are expecting to be in a position for this year of a very low level of growth as opposed to a recession or a contraction. It's very early to be able to say the worst is over, given that we're dealing with a war. But the economic indicators at the moment, again, back up the resilience of the currency and of the economies that make it up.
Let's carry on the conversation. Jay Hatfield of Infrastructure Capital Management joining us now on the line. Jay, let's talk about what we've seen since the beginning of the year. Everybody suddenly is talking positively about the European economy and about European assets. Are you in that group as well?
I think we're much more constructive than we have been in the past. We were concerned that if we had a cold winter, you could have a super spike in natural gas and electricity prices because they trade together. But we really had the opposite, where we have really a super warm winter in not only Europe, but also North America. So I think that is breeding optimism for lower inflation and the potential to stay out of a recession in Europe.
Jay, it feels almost like people on both sides of the Atlantic are now kind of almost feeling like we're early cycle rather than late cycle going into a recession. Is that how it feels to you as well? And is that something that is a mistake, or do you think that's the right way of looking at things?
Well, we've had that view for a while, and the reason for that is really because we have so many post-pandemic tailwinds. The most important being that we have a shortage of housing in the U.S. Almost every post-war recession, except the pandemic, has been characterized by a crash in housing. We have a shortage in housing, partly due to the pandemic, partly due to overhang from the financial crisis. And so when the Fed raises rates, normally that crashes housing, which then has a terrible effect on employment. But we're not seeing that because of the shortage. And also, we have a tailwind from services employment. So we think the normal cycle might be different just because of the pandemic.
So is this a soft landing that we should be thinking about here? I look at the data that we saw last week out of the United States. I've got CPI coming down. I've got the claims data remaining very low. We've got a tight labor market, but inflation is coming down. The labor market is going to hold the economy up. Is that a soft landing?
That's what we've been predicting, and now the data is supporting our view. But I would watch the housing sector. If there's a huge decline in construction of new housing, then that would be a problem. But keep in mind that the housing sector has become more resilient as investors have entered. So 24% in a normal market of new homes are sold to investors. So that provides capital to continue that construction and the employment. So that we think that also makes particularly the U.S. economy more resilient in the face of this super tight Fed policy.
Is there a danger, though, in this kind of environment that the Fed does what it says it's going to do, and that is raise rates and then potentially sit on those elevated rates? Because the market currently is pricing in Fed rate cuts for the latter part of this year, for the ECB as well. We were talking to a number of guests throughout the day who are calling into question that view that cuts can be delivered this year. Again, do you think the Fed can cut rates this year, or do you think that's market wishful thinking?
I think it's probably wishful thinking. The Fed is absolutely committed to their failed Phillips curve theory of inflation. In other words, that the labor market's the key driver of inflation. When this cycle, it's obviously housing and energy and other commodities. So we think that the Fed is about 12 months behind in their forecasting. In fact, we constructed an alternative version of CPI, which is really how it was calculated before 1982, and it's turned strongly negative in October. But we don't think the Fed is going to start following our index or ignore the Phillips curve. So we're projecting 3 more hikes, and then they stay flat for the rest of the year. But we think the U.S. economy can withstand that because the long end is rallying because inflation is dropping, and the short end is not that critical because most U.S. consumers pay fixed rates. So we think the U.S. economy will be fine, but we don't agree with the 3 cuts, only just because the Fed's about 12 months behind what's really happening in the economy.
In terms of how you would therefore construct a portfolio, what does it look like? A lot of people are getting very excited about the bond market, anticipating that we will see some cuts, that we are going to see lower yields and higher prices. They may be favoring that sort of govy trade rather than the equity trade. How are you thinking differently if you don't believe that the Fed is going to deliver on those cuts?
Well, we are optimistic that we're going to avoid a recession. So we've been recommending before the year started really interest-sensitive sectors that have risk. So in other words, not utilities and not consumer staples and not drugs, but REITs and particularly preferred stocks. So it's fixed income, but the riskier part of fixed income. And that sort of worked ridiculously well so far this year. One of our funds is up, preferred stock funds is up almost 10%. REITs are outperforming. So we think that trade will work for most of the year. Usually the first month is pretty indicative. But we think risk stocks later, probably tech stocks outperform later in the year. So higher risk rather than just everybody running to the defensives, because we do think that the U.S. economy at least will stay out of recession. Certainly if Europe does, I would be surprised if the U.S. went into recession.
So does that mean that, do you favor bonds, do you favor fixed income over equity, and to what extent?
I think that they're both going to have double-digit returns. So, and in fact, like I said, You know, the sector that got hit almost the hardest, or one of the hardest hit sectors, is REITs. So we think those will outperform. Preferred stocks were hit harder than most fixed income. We think those will outperform. So it wouldn't necessarily, it's not really a call about buying fixed income over equities, just because we're more constructive than most. Not on Fed policy. We think the Fed is incompetent and erratic, but that the U.S. economy particularly is extraordinarily resilient, partly because we actually have ultra low natural gas prices. Our natural gas prices are only less than $4 an MCF versus, you know, 15 to 25 in Europe. So we have a big cost advantage over the rest of the world. So we think the U.S. economy will weather the Fed's, you know, bad policy.
So does that mean, to circle all the way back to the beginning, Jay, do you favor the U.S. or the rest of the world in terms of where you would put the bulk of your funds?
Well, I mean, we're a little bit biased because we trade mostly U.S. stocks. We do think that, you know, if Europe stays out of recession, then that, you know, could be the better sort of riskier trade. But we're still cautious. As you indicated, the Fed is likely to raise rates 3 times and stay out of the market. So we'd rather be in, you know, lower risk zones like North America and preferred stocks that have substantial yields, and even REITs that have substantial yields. So if it is worse than our scenario, where the Fed's even more recalcitrant and maybe they raise rates to 5.5, who knows? So we'd rather first play it with lower risk, and then when we get better clarity, you could go into U.S. tech stocks, European stocks, you know, emerging markets. So the more risk, the better.
Jay, really appreciate the insight. Thank you very much indeed for spending so much time with us on this holiday. We greatly appreciate that. Jay Hatfield of Infrastructure Capital Management. This is Bloomberg.
Modern life consists in large part of entries in databases. If you have money, what you have is an entry in your bank's database saying how much money is there. If you have a share of stock, what you have is generally an entry on a list kept by the company or by some financial intermediary. You have to trust the keepers of the databases. What if we updated these databases? If we rewrote them from scratch in modern computer languages, using modern software engineering principles, with the goal of making them interact with one another seamlessly? If you did that, it would be almost like having one database, the database of life. You could send money in exchange for a house, or you could send someone's social reputation in exchange for participation in an online class, or whatever. It's all the same computer system. That would be convenient and powerful, but it would also be scary. It would put even more pressure on trust. Whoever runs that one database would, in a sense, run the world. Who could you trust to do that? But what if there was one database and everyone ran it? That's the crypto story.
Earnings season is here.
Wall Street expecting a bit of an ugly season. People may be overly pessimistic.
We know growth is slowing.
Companies are going to have a lot of questions to answer.
Bloomberg breaks the numbers first.
Tons of banks coming out.
Some of the worst returns when it came to profit. Markets really like that number.
With exclusive expert analysis.
What's your confidence in your outlook?
You got to be selective.
We still see a lot of opportunity.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Bloomberg Television and Radio. The fastest numbers and analysis you trust. This week, Bloomberg is live at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in in Davos, Switzerland. As energy crises loom, wealth inequality intensifies, and global power dynamics dominate headlines. Trust Bloomberg for the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis from the world's top leaders and experts. Coverage begins this week, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
So, keeping you up to date for news around the world, here is the First Word News. In Germany, the Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht has stepped down. This after a series of missteps and, to be honest, days of speculation about her future. It's, of course, a blow to Chancellor Olaf Scholz's government. Lambrecht's departure comes as Berlin is debating whether to supply Ukraine with tanks to fight Russia. More problems for President Biden in the investigation of classified material. Additional documents have been found at his home in Delaware. Now the Republican chair of the House Oversight Committee, James Corner, wants the White House to release visitor logs from that home. And there was more severe weather in California over the weekend. So thunderstorms started Saturday in the northern part of the state, then heading south, causing more flooding. That was followed by yet another apparent atmospheric river storm. Up to 3 feet of snow was expected in the Sierra Nevada. The storms are currently being blamed for the deaths of at least 19 people. And in the United Kingdom and the European Union, we are seeing much talk of the possibility of a deal on post-Brexit trading arrangements for Northern Ireland. They're also nearing an agreement on customs, we understand. That's designed to reduce frictions between Great Britain and Northern Ireland since the UK left the bloc. Global news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Let's take a look at the markets. We're about to wrap things up here in Europe. S&P futures, as you can see, basically flatlining right now. They've picked up a little bit, but remember, tomorrow is a huge day for US markets. Friday, we saw a whole series of banks out with numbers. So on Tuesday, we're going to see that process continuing. So I just wonder whether there's a little bit of caution kind of creeping in to what is happening here. Anyway, we'll continue to monitor what is happening here. European equities are actually on the front foot. We're coming towards the end of the day here in Europe. Light volume, a significant feature with the US out today. This is Bloomberg.
The biggest names in business choose Bloomberg.
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. That's a question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions. Today, a special Wall Street week from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
Join Bloomberg's David Weston as he engages with the foremost business, political, and cultural leaders for discussions on wealth inequality, global power dynamics, and more. Accountability, solution-driven conversations, data insight. This Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio, your global business authority.
Okay, let's talk about some of the stocks that we are watching into the close. One of the ones I want to focus on actually is Ørsted. Sweden, Norway, hugely windy coastlines, and Sweden in particular has not taken advantage of that, but it looks like Ørsted is going to be stepping up. We have the potential for a huge offshore wind farm to be developed by this company. The stock is currently up by around 1.88% today. Now, the reason for that is that this is a company that's talking about developing a wind farm that could potentially supply half of the country's needs in terms of electricity. Now, those needs are expected to double over the next few years. So in some ways, this will end up being quickly eclipsed by the need for more and more electricity generation. But we are certainly taking a step in the right direction. This is Europe, obviously, pushes further forward. In terms of other stocks that I want to watch, HelloFresh is one that we're watching as well. It has been one of the huge drivers of this rally that we've seen in Europe over the last few weeks. Some of the biggest underperformers of last year are now turning out to be this year's big outperformers. You've seen Exane BNP out with a downgrade to neutral on this stock. It's run very fast, very quickly. They're taking it down to a neutral. The price target is 28. As you can see, that actually still provides some significant upside to where we are today, 25.56 coming into the close. But that stock under pressure. But as I say, that stock is just emblematic of some of the gains that we've been seeing over the last few weeks in Europe. Some of the biggest underperformers turning out to be the biggest performers at the beginning of this year. Volkswagen is another stock that I want to mention as well. In terms of what we're seeing, obviously, with the auto sector, we have seen a huge focus on China. And despite the turbulence we're seeing around reopening, there is now an expectation that we could actually see growth accelerating. VW CEO talking about that. This despite the fact that we are seeing Tesla, it started in China in so many ways, cutting prices in order to stoke demand. Let's just kind of wrap things up a little bit and talk a little bit about what is happening with the 52-week highs and 52-week lows that we have seen. We've got LVMH continuing the run that it's been on. Lufthansa, we're continuing to see upgrades for the aviation sector here in Europe. The banking sector continuing to form. And then some of the European engineering stocks like Safran, new 52-week highs being generated there as well. The European close is coming up in around 10 minutes' time. I'll be back to update you on what is happening there. But before we do that, I want to take you back to the World Economic Forum in Davos. It kind of kicks off today. David Weston is sitting down with Larry Summers. Maybe not Larry Summers. We're hoping Larry Summers will be there very shortly. David, you are a fantastic person to talk to at the World Economic Forum today. The reason I say that is on Friday, we saw all of a whole range of banks coming out with numbers. On Tuesday, we're going to get the same thing. Sandwiched in the middle, they're basically all coming to Davos to talk to you. What are you expecting to hear from them?
Yeah, I'm not sure they're coming to talk to me, but they will be here, and that's why Wall Street Week is traveling here to Davos. We're here because Global Wall Street does come here, and whether I'm good or not, I'm not as good as Larry Summers, but Larry Summers is actually in the country. I'm not sure he's going to make it for this hit. So the real issue here is what are the issues that we are facing as a world, and that includes certainly the business and financial communities, but also government and also academia. Originally, 42 years ago, they funded this, as you know so well, Guy, to try to help the world. And as we meet this year, I think the world needs help like never before. On all these fronts, there are so many long-term big issues to be addressed that we're really struggling with, frankly, trying to bring the world together.
We do have some of the CEOs coming, and I'm wondering what kind of turbulence they're expecting. People are talking about this Davos being dominated by a polycrisis, David. If you were a US banker, is this a threat or an opportunity, do you think?
Well, I'm sure they would say that it's both, but you're exactly right. Polycrisis is the word that is being used. It wasn't coined by the WEF, but they are using it. They're embracing it here because we do have so many issues. The economy, as you know, inflation, as you know, globalization, whether we still have it or not, and in what form do we have it. We've got a war, after all, a major war in Europe for the first time since World War II, just about 1,000 miles right from here in Switzerland. We also have issues with climate, and we have really an issue of leaving a lot of the world behind economically. And on top of all that, Guy, on top of all that, we're meeting in Davos, and we learned today, of course, that Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, is going to be meeting with Liu He, who will be here. He's Vice Premier from China. Yep. He's going to be traveling over to Zurich to have a meeting with her at long last about the U.S.-China situation, which is not altogether happy.
I was listening to a number of people talking about the Chinese economy from Davos a little earlier, and they were talking about, David, the lack of information. So many people that used to travel to China regularly have not been able to do so. Is everybody just, how much thirst is there for information about what is happening in China right now?
Well, as you know so well, Guy, there have always been some questions about the information we're getting out. And by the way, I'd add to that COVID right now. Are we getting accurate and up-to-date information about what's happening with COVID in China? There is an enormous thirst. But just to your point specifically, we do have Liu He here, not the head of China, but we got the vice premier coming. But it's a much smaller delegation. And in fact, as far as I can tell, there are none of the major business players, the people like Jack Ma that have come in the past, none of them are coming. Maybe because of COVID, maybe because President Xi is not necessarily favoring them right now. But we will not be getting as many Chinese participating. And let me, on top of that, of course, there's no one from Russia, because anyone from Russia can't come here because of the sanctions growing out of the war.
You're going to be talking to Jane Fraser tomorrow on your panel, David. Yeah. What are you going to be talking to her about?
So Jane Fraser, of course, is the CEO of Citi, and I think she in particular is fascinating. We're taking the heads of all the major banks, but particularly Citi, because as you know, Guy, their reputation, going back to Walter Wriston, was they're the most global U.S. bank. They've had operations around the world. She came in and really said, we're going to shut down some of those. Like some of the big ones, they're selling, as I recall, the retail banking in the U.K. They're trying to sell Mexico. They say they're going to sell Mexico as well. So one of the big issues for me with Jane is, okay, you're a global bank. You think that globalization is in your middle name. What does globalization look for Citi now? It's certainly not the way it was 10, 15, 20 years ago.
And the market's developing so quickly. She basically competes with the guys down the road in Zurich. We talk about UBS and Credit Suisse, etc. As you say, you've got Brian Moynihan. You're going to be talking to Gorman, Mr. James Gorman, a little bit later on in the week as well. Again, so a different conversation that you're going to have with them, maybe with Jane Fraser.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, Brian Moynihan, we always want to talk to about the consumer and also the middle market in the United States. He knows that so well. He's been relatively positive about the economy, thinks it's going pretty well. We're going to figure out whether he still is. And James Gorman, of course, he's doing very well at Morgan Stanley, but he's also decided to move back into ETFs, and there are questions about can he catch up with the JP Morgans of this world.
Do you get a sense, you again spend a lot of time talking to these people, the data we saw last week, David, CPI beginning to soften, you look at the claims data, it is basically painting a picture of a very robust labor market. Do you get the feeling, and when you spoke a moment ago about the poly crisis, but can we kind of tick off, do you think, this year, a US recession? Do you think that that's going to be one of the messages that maybe we get here, that actually we're overdoing the pessimism and maybe underdoing the optimism?
Well, Guy, you've seen some of the analysts suggest just that. I mean, last time we heard from Jane Fraser, I'm going to ask her this tomorrow. Specifically, last time we heard, she thought there might well be a recession in the second half. We'll see if she still thinks that. Brian Moynihan has been a little bit more reluctant to think that. At the same time, as you suggest, some of the economic data are coming in, suggesting that maybe we're farther along in fighting inflation than we thought, in which case maybe the Fed could back off.
David, I hope you get to catch up with Larry Summers. I know you two talk regularly, but it's always great to get a conversation out of the World Economic Forum in Davos. Really looking forward to your panel, looking forward to those conversations with the US bankers as you described. David Weston, thank you very much indeed. The European close is coming up. As you can see, the sun going down in Switzerland. The data to follow. This is Bloomberg.
Some years ago, this little town became famous for having 5 centenarians and made it to the cover of National Geographic, having 5 centenarians out of a couple of thousand people.
si attuano. Qual è il segreto? Non lo so. Io mangio sempre semplice.
Fasting is such an interesting part of the longevity conversation. And ask the question of, well, why are these people living so long?
Fasting has been done for thousands of years, of course, but we now have to move away again from these ideas of eating or fasting. They both mean very little. I've seen 110 healthy, but it's not going to be doable for the entire world population. It's going to be doable, I think, for the people that listen and follow all the right moves.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
In addition to him pleading not guilty, as we had expected, to 8 criminal counts here, there was a lot else that happened.
1 million people are getting infected every day, and that's going to rise to 3.7 million by January.
The UK is the only G7 economy that hasn't returned to its pre-pandemic level yet.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
So European equity markets coming in towards the end of the day. It's a light volume session. We do have a holiday in the United States. Equity markets there are closed. That takes a chunk of volume out of the market. So not necessarily a useful price signal being generated here, but it is a continuation of a theme. Since the beginning of this year, European equity markets have been outperforming. That trend continues. We are seeing, I guess it probably doesn't continue in terms of the outperformance, but it does continue on the upward trajectory. As you can see, FTSE 100 nearing records. You've got the CAC 40 up by 0.3%. The DAX up by 0.4% today. More green, basically, is the narrative. Let's talk about how the session has developed. You haven't had the kind of volatility being generated out of Wall Street. We saw a little bit dip first thing, but basically since then, it has been a journey from kind of left to right on an upward slope. We're finishing near or at session highs here in Europe, 454.75. We're up by another 0.5%. It has been an incredible journey over the last few days since the beginning of the year. In terms of the sector breakdown, in terms of that story, let me just talk you through what the action has looked like. At the top end, real estate, that's a yield story. That continues to be something you can basically park. But retail has done to do well today. Financial services, media, healthcare, all tracking to the upside. You have seen the commodities coming under pressure, which has been something of a break, actually, on the London market. Basic resources and energy both lower. Basic resources in particular, the reason for that, China. We're going to talk more about China in just a moment. But what we've seen here is basically the Chinese authorities leaning on the iron ore market and various other various other commodity markets, basically suggesting they don't want to see prices spiking too fast as we see the Chinese economy reopening. So that's why we're seeing some of the commodities under pressure today. You can see that in Rio Tinto today. You can see that in some of the other miners as well. Let me show you some of the single stocks that we have been watching. Rio Tinto down by 1.75, but this is a stock that's been on a great run. It's largely into the copper market. Therefore, the Chinese reopening is generally quite a big boon for companies like this. 61.10. HelloFresh, I mentioned it earlier. We're getting a downgrade today, but this is a stock that has led on the upside in this European rally that we've been seeing. And then there's Ørsted up by 1.88%. Announcing plans, this was being reported in Duggan's a little bit earlier on, to produce a huge offshore wind farm. Are these companies kind of, how do we think about them? Are they energy companies? And if they are energy companies, are they traditional energy companies or are they new energy companies? And I think that distinction is becoming increasingly important to companies like Ørsted. But as I mentioned, China continues to be a huge factor for European equities. And overnight, we are going to get an awful lot of Chinese data. Now, in some ways, we are all looking for insight into what is happening with the Chinese economy right now. We've got this Lee He meeting with Janet Yellen later this week. I think it's on Wednesday in Zurich. That may serve up some information. But overnight, we're also going to get quite a lot of data out of the Chinese economy as well. Some real kind of key activity indicators for the fourth quarter into December. So we're going to get GDP data. We're going to get industrial output data. We're going to get retail sales, fixed asset investment. We're going to get an insight into what is happening with the employment market as well. Huge amounts of information that are going to be already delivered. Now, there are questions at the moment about the veracity of some of this data. Certainly, the COVID data are being called into question. But this kind of economic data, I think, is going to be pivotal for investors, not only as they judge the trajectory the Chinese economy is on, but the ripple effects into other economies, particularly Europe. This European trade that we've seen since the beginning of the year, driven so much by this reopening that we are seeing here in China. So let's get more on this bumpy recovery, let's call it that we're seeing in China out of COVID. We're joined by Bill Lee, Milken Institute's chief economist. Bill, great to catch up with you. We've got a whole raft of data coming out overnight. What do you expect that data to deliver?
I think right now the slowdown in China is going to continue because the disruptions from the zero COVID policy and the huge number of infections going on in China right now is going to disrupt the production chain for quite a while. People are assuming that they will follow the U.S. path or the Western path, where the resumption of consumption in domestic markets will start to spur the recovery. I think that consensus view is questionable because right now China's suffering from a collapse in consumer confidence due to the property market and a huge amount of youth unemployment that's disrupted family incomes. So the two things that we need to come in line for China to be a locomotive for Europe is that the COVID outbreaks are transitory, which is doubtful because 90% infection rates are leading to higher and higher cases of difficulties because of the low vaccination rates there. And number two, the Chinese consumer may not come back online again as quickly as people think because of the huge wealth effect and income effect to the family income. So those questions, I think, need to be answered before we can be confident that China will serve as a locomotive for Europe.
Bill, I hear what you're saying about family incomes. The Chinese authorities didn't provide the same level of stimulus that we saw in the United States and in Europe during the COVID lockdowns that China experienced. But what we are now starting to see is the Chinese government making it very clear that it will now provide significant stimulus. What impact will that stimulus have?
Well, Xi Jinping and the provincial authorities are putting out a lot of consumption subsidies right now, similar to the checks that we handed out here in the U.S. and the subsidies in Europe. But Chinese are also tremendous savers. They often just put away a lot of these consumption subsidies. Now, there's no doubt that there will be a burst of consumption. The question is, how large a burst of consumption will we have, and how long will it be? How long-lasting will it be in the face of all this uncertainty? I think the Chinese propensity to save might dominate the size of these subsidies.
So are we going back, can we go back to pre-pandemic levels of Chinese growth, or is that something that has now disappeared into the rearview mirror?
That's a great question, because I think that's almost a pipe dream. We have a lot of structural difficulties in China right now with the demographic situation, with the shrinking labor force, and also the fact that a lot of production has moved out of China, especially the low value-added stuff. That the Chinese authorities don't worry about because they want to move up the value-added chain. But the latest news that we hear out of Apple is that even their high value-added stuff, the Apple 14 Pros and all that kind of stuff, are being moved to India and other locations because global supply chains are becoming regionalized, and the new stage of globalization is going to be regional hubs rather than using China as the main manufacturing hub. And that's an issue that has to be dealt with.
So Bill, when investors think about China, when they think about Asia, should I say, they should think not just about China, they should think about the entirety of Asia. They should think about what is happening in the countries around China, because that is where some of this manufacturing growth is going. How big a change and a shift is that from an investment perspective, do you think?
Oh, God, I think that's a sea change, because right now, people have always thought of China as, my God, this huge domestic market, I want to get a chunk of it. But Xi Jinping has made it very clear that the dual circulation strategy he's putting in place is that if you want to come to China, sure, no problem, as long as you're dedicated to developing our domestic champions, our own companies to be world-class companies. If you're not going to do that, if you just want to exploit our marketplace, stay out. And I think the fact that people are reconsidering their investment strategies in China means that Asia is now becoming more of a consideration for their centers for logistics, centers for manufacturing, especially low-cost manufacturing. But again, the source of innovation may not be just coming out of China, but the manufacturing hubs and research hubs in Singapore and Thailand and many of the other places in Asia.
We're going to see a meeting later on this week, Wednesday, I think, between Janet Yellen and Lee He. I'm wondering what you think that meeting is going to deliver, Lee He. I'm wondering what you think that meeting is going to deliver. China is clearly being impacted by the restrictions that Washington is putting onto the technology sector. How big an impact do you think they're having, Bill?
the most important topic for China, as well as the United States, is to try to develop that 21st century trade framework. Let's not forget, as much as I've said that China's growth may not be as fast as before, it's still the second largest economy in the world. And the two largest economies have to develop a framework where we can engage in trade of services, intellectual property protection, and all of the issues that have been talked about that haven't been dealt with. Unless that framework is put in place, it's going to be difficult to put in place the other regional trade frameworks that are going to be centered around what we in China develop.
One of the threats that we increasingly talk about, particularly in a post-Ukraine world, is what happens with Taiwan. Bill, if the situation plays out as you're describing, i.e. lower growth, a demographic problem that China needs to resolve, how big a danger do you think there is that China strikes out and Taiwan does become a threat, a risk?
That's fantastic. That's one of the great risks that the Western investors have to reconsider, is that when we talk about geopolitical risk, that's a nice vague term, but as China growth starts to slow down and it sort of loses its mandate from heaven to govern the people, and unless it can deliver growth, what else can it deliver? Well, it can deliver national security. So you hear stories of wolf warriorism and stories of how China is being threatened by all of the surrounding neighbors, and that kind of narrative is really spurring a lot of nationalism and militarism, and is directed toward Taiwan. And the real question is going to be, how will the West counter those narratives? And right now, the Quad and other alliances that are being formed around China are one way to try to balance off this increased nationalism and militarism.
Over what time frame should we be thinking about that?
Let's look at how fast China regains its growth momentum. If China doesn't regain growth momentum, they're going to switch over to this militaristic narrative to try to create some nationalism and to distract from the economic difficulties. If economics really recover quite nicely in China, then I think we can postpone a lot of this alternative geopolitical risk for a while. But it's still on the agenda, because let's not forget, the very first question Joe and I asked Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger was, what are we going to do about Taiwan? This question of Taiwan has been on the minds of the Chinese people and Chinese authorities from the very beginning, and it won't go away.
So it doesn't appear to be. Bill, great stuff. Thank you for joining us on a holiday. We really appreciate it. Bill Lee, Milken Institute Chief Economist, joining us ahead of this China data that we're going to get overnight. Quick look at where European stocks have finished for the day. These are the final numbers, as you can see. Positive performances being generated. The upward trajectory that we've been seeing from European equities since the start of the year continues. Today, though, without the US. Tomorrow, the US returns, of course. We get an awful lot of bank earnings data that we're going to have to digest alongside all of that Chinese data as well. But those are the closing numbers here in Europe. This is Bloomberg.
During this 2007-2008 recession, where Morgan Stanley came close to going under. Was that the most difficult time of your career?
No question about it. I mean, we were on the brink of going out of business.
And you thought you had a good cash reserve for a while, but then all of a sudden people started pulling cash out. Your cash reserves went down. How close did you come to actually going bankrupt?
We were very close, David, to the point that Tim Geithner at the Fed was trying to get us to sell to Jamie Dimon at the time. And he kept saying, that's what I want you to do. So I called Jamie and I said, look, Geithner's all over me. He says, you'll buy the firm. He said, I don't want your firm. I said, well, go tell Geithner that. And he said, John, if you forced me to do it, I wouldn't pay you $2 a share. So that made it easy on me. I was not going to listen to them. And as a result, we called our board in, and we're thinking we're going to go out of business.
At one point, you're on a phone call with Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Fed,
right.
Hank Paulson, Secretary of Treasury, and Tim Geithner, the head of the New York Fed, and they say you should file for bankruptcy.
Right.
And you slam the phone down on them. Was that easy to do?
For me, it was easy to do. I mean, thank God I left out some four-letter words. I said, I'll take the firm down first, and I hung up on it.
Thing in life I've often said is to be happy, but you seem like a very happy person.
It's like nature. Nothing ever stops. So you could be super happy in 1 minute and then something happens. So it's just living. It's the joy of life.
For any young woman that's watching this, wants to be the next Diane von Furstenberg, what would you recommend?
I think the most important thing in life is the relationship you have with yourself. Once you have a good relationship with yourself, any other relationship is a plus and not a must. And the second advice is to be as true to yourself as you possibly can. And you have to accept and own things you may not like, but the more you could be you, the happier you will be.
Minutes past the hour. Let's keep you up to date with news from around the world. This is the First Word News. In Italy, the mafia's most wanted boss has been caught after 30 years on the run. Italian military police arrested Matteo Messina Denaro at a private clinic in Palermo. Messina Denaro had been convicted for dozens of murders, including those of 2 judges. In Germany, the Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht has stepped down, this after a series of missteps and, to be honest, days of speculation about her future. It's, of course, a blow to Chancellor Olaf Scholz's government. Lambrecht's departure comes as Berlin is debating whether to supply Ukraine with tanks to fight Russia. And in the United Kingdom, teachers may join hundreds of thousands of employees who have already gone on strike for higher pay. The National Education Union will announce the results of a strike vote later today. Meanwhile, the House of Commons will debate anti-strike legislation. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Now, participants of the World Economic Forum's annual meeting are beginning to gather in Davos. 19 central bank heads and 56 finance ministers will be there. Earlier, BlackRock Vice Chair Philip Hildebrand struck a cautious tone as global central banks work to bring inflation under control. He spoke exclusively to Bloomberg's Francie Lacqua.
Oh, very much so. I think inflation is going to drop very, very quickly. In fact, I believe many of us will be surprised how quickly it will fall. The problem is it will fall very quickly. Sort of 9 to 4 will be the easy part, and then it's going to get very difficult to get inflation back to price stability. So, but at the moment, I think the initial phase will be a very rapid decline in inflation.
So what does it mean for central banks, Philip? And you lay this out beautifully, actually, in your World Outlook. If you're a central bank, if you're like the ECB, or even if you're the Fed, do you have to be much more careful in how you manage this from now until the summer?
I think the central banks are going to continue on their tightening path. They're going to be very careful, very focused on not losing the long-term inflation expectation anchor. And so I think we're going to see, you know, I don't see any chances, frankly, of easing this year. I think the market has that wrong. So they're going to make sure that we can really not just get from 9 to 4, but also limit any kind of risks that inflation expectations become unanchored. And because all of this is driven by labor market constraints, principally, it's still a supply side story. It's going to be very difficult to get inflation kind of below 4%, let alone below 3%. So we're in the easy phase, in a sense, now of this tightening cycle.
But is there a problem with that markets don't understand that? So we have, for example, Fed officials saying, look, don't expect a Fed pivot anytime soon, but the markets keep on testing it.
That's right, and I think this notion that there could be easing this year seems to be, to me, to be far too optimistic, because if you're the central bank, you're going to want to make sure that you can get this done, that you don't risk resurging suddenly of inflation expectations further down the road. So I think we're going to see at best some sort of pause, but not quite yet. And the market may need some readjusting relative to these expectations that we could be seeing some easing. And this is what we call it's a new regime. The great moderation is over. This notion that when the economy struggles, central banks will ease, that was true in the past. I don't think it's going to be true this time.
And yet it's quite incredible to see actually the leverage being taken, or for companies that are leveraged, and interest rates going from 0 or 1% to where we are now without more bankruptcies. Are you expecting zombie companies to crop up?
I think it all depends how much damage will have to be inflicted on the real economy to get this last phase of the inflation being squeezed out from, let's say, 4 back to 2%. And that will be the big trade-off. So this will not come without cost. I do suspect at some point the central banks will kind of back off and not drive inflation all the way back to 2%. That might be a moment when the market can recalibrate. But for now, I see the tightening process continuing to ensure that we don't just go from 9 to 4, but can actually continue to bring inflation back under control.
So when's crunch time? I mean, if we try to put inflation 4 to 2%, does that coincide with the beginning of the summer months, or could it be later into the year?
I think we're going to see very quickly kind of dropping to 4. That's going to be, in a sense, the easy part. And then the question will become second half of the year, mid-year, what do the central banks do at that point? Do they continue and tighten far beyond what is currently expected in order to drive inflation back to 2%? I think that would entail pretty significant recessionary tendencies in the real economy, a lot of damage to the real economy. Or do they at that point say, okay, we've done enough, let's see what happens if we let inflation persist for a bit above the 2% target?
So what does this mean for markets overall?
Well, yeah,
volatility
I think
or pain?
So there will be opportunities, not least in credit, in short-term bonds. We now have a very different outlook again when you look at where interest rates are. So for long-term investors, many opportunities, I think, in that space. For equities, I suspect until we know what the central banks are going to do with that residual piece of the inflation adjustment from, let's say, 4 to back to 2%, there are going to be some challenges around equity markets. So some of the enthusiasm right now with this notion that the central banks could ease again imminently, I suspect that's premature. So I still see some volatility here going forward until we know how the central banks are going to handle this difficult trade-off that they face.
Philip Hildebrand, of course, used to run the SNB. He's now the vice chair over at BlackRock, speaking exclusively there at the World Economic Forum in Davos to Francine Lacroix. Francine's going to join us next. We're going to kind of set up what the next few days are going to look like with some fantastic guests lined up. This is Bloomberg.
Difficult for all types of companies to find employees lately. Many people with disabilities who aren't working could be working if only given a job. About 20% of people with disabilities are employed.
Right now we're in an environment where there is a war on talent out in the marketplace. Every employer out there is struggling to find people to come into their shops and to find good, hard-working, dedicated employees. We have found through this program and other ones like it that we have within the organization that these individuals are looking for meaningful employment.
People with disabilities want to be able to live, work, and recreate in the community the same as everybody else.
Many of us identify ourselves right away by our job title. That's an important part of our image of ourselves. So that's true for all of us, whether or not you have a disability.
City.
In London, in Sydney,
From Washington.
in Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
This is Bloomberg.
So some fantastic coverage out of the World Economic Forum in Davos today on Bloomberg Television. I have to say, today was just the appetizer. Tomorrow is the real deal. Some real fantastic guests lined up over the next few days. Joining us now to tell us what we should expect, Bloomberg's one and only Francine Lacroix. Francine, talk me through tomorrow. How good is it going to be?
Well, tomorrow is really when the main event kicks off. So we've had some exclusive interviews today. Then we have a ceremony this evening called the Crystal Awards, where Klaus Schwab, the president of the World Economic Forum, kicks it off. But it's really tomorrow that we get to work. So there's a number of panels. I count about 45. There's always that 7 a.m. mindful session, which Bloomberg employees never get to, but we probably all should. And then the focus tomorrow is really on a recession, cost of living crisis. We'll hear from the First Lady of Ukraine, and we'll have opening speeches also from the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and the NATO Secretary General. But I have to say, the mood is very different, Guy, this year to previous years. It's the first time in 3 years that we have a winter in the snow World Economic Forum in January. So it's very similar to previous years in the way that the promenade, the main bit here behind you, is decked out, but you just have different attendees.
It does feel very different. I'm just glad there's some snow, because I have to say, having talking to a lot of people over Christmas, no snow in the Alps. So it's nice that it looks snowy.
It's here.
Francine, as you say, it is chilly. Yeah, it is a little different. But I guess with what's going on in Europe right now, it's understandable that many leaders have decided not to come. Emmanuel Macron's pushing through pension reform. You got Rishi Sunak with strikes. Is that the reason why maybe we're seeing them not attending?
I think so. So they don't give, of course, an official reason on whether they pull out of the World Economic Forum or just at the last minute decide not to attend. But if you look at the G7 leaders, there's only the German chancellor who attends. No one else from the G7 economies is coming. And then it's very interesting to also hear the point of view of the Chinese. Now, the Chinese vice premier is coming tomorrow. That's the big speech also of the day around midday. We haven't been really in contact with the Chinese, either the Chinese delegations coming to Europe or vice versa, for about 3 years. So it'll be extremely interesting to see what he has to say. Then he meets Janet Yellen in Zurich. Also interesting that Janet Yellen, the Secretary of State, the finance minister, instead of coming to Davos, will decide to go to Zurich to meet with the Chinese delegation. And again, if you look at the Chinese delegation, it's 60 officials. There are no billionaires. There are not many very big business people. And so the tone is very different. Wall Street is here, Guy, but a lot of the focus will be on them making deals behind closed doors, and not a lot of them want to be on panels this year.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how the tone has changed. Francine, we're looking forward to it. We know there's going to be some fantastic coverage. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. As Francine says, very few G7 leaders are coming, but one that is the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. Before he departs for Davos, he is going to sit down with our editor-in-chief in Berlin tomorrow. Really looking forward to this conversation. I suspect they have so much to discuss. We've also got this economic data coming out of China as well. We'll focus there too. Retail sales, industrial production, GDP. We've also got the US banks very much on deck as well tomorrow. John Williams is going to speak. Wouldn't be a day without a Fed speaker. There's going to be some great coverage out of Davos. This is Bloomberg.
fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad,
From
isn't it?
age, what, 5?
Well,
6?
maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy, and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel, and I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I watched the offshoring. I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
My guest this week is the former US military intelligence analyst, Chelsea Manning. When she was 22, she made a decision that would change the rest of her life. She chose to leak hundreds of thousands of military reports to WikiLeaks about the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, in a bid, as she would say, to educate the public about what was really going on. She was then arrested, held in a metal cage, and found guilty of theft and espionage, sentenced for 35 years in prison. President Barack Obama later commuted that sentence after 7 years served. Now she's put her account in a new book, and I want to ask her why she did what she did. Chelsea Manning, welcome to the programme. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
You were just 22 in 2010, working for the US military as an intelligence analyst, when you made a decision that would change the rest of your life. It was actually sitting in a bookshop back in America. You decided to leak hundreds of thousands of US military reports about the wars in both Iraq and Afghanistan to WikiLeaks. Why?
Well, I mean, there was a whole series of events that occurred before this. And as I write in a book, there was a whole sequence of events that led up to this. I had spent, several months in Iraq. I had, been an intelligence analyst for quite some time at this point. And I came to the realization that in my role and gradually as I was doing in this position, that there was a vast discrepancy, a huge chasm, and a distance of sort of understanding between what gradually came to be the on-the-ground reality of what I was seeing on the ground in Iraq and to a slightly lesser extent in Afghanistan, versus what the public was aware of.
And yet, I wonder if you asked an average American on the street, could they name something that you revealed in that file? Could they think of something that they had learned before you leaked it? Do you think that they could, or what should come to mind that you revealed to the world that they didn't know before?
Yeah, I unfortunately, and portions of the portions of the book are redacted because the U.S. government won't allow me to disclose that information.
But the nature of what you're sort of talking about, it's been reported it included footage which showed US soldiers allegedly targeting civilians, and then what turned out, as it's been reported, to be a Reuters photographer, for instance. So that's what's.
Well, allegedly, it has that was found. I think that.
Yes, sorry, but my point is, you're talking about redaction and what we're able to say and how things were reported as well at the time, but it's that sort of thing that you were trying to share with people, that essentially the military wasn't acting how people perhaps thought.
Well, I think it's actually more complicated than that. And even using that video as an example, it's less of a black and white and it's more of a gray. It's a grayscale video in that it shows the sort of complexities that are involved. It shows, not just an attack on a Reuters journalist, which is what, journalists seem to care about, but also on, a vehicle with, of unarmed civilians. And then the people on the ground, the soldiers on the ground who, when they uncover and reveal, and it's revealed to them like, oh, there are, injured children involved in this, then, you sort of see the best of, young U.S. soldiers, on the ground to try to, seek medical attention for kids. So I think that it's a much more complicated affair, and that's the whole reality of 21st century asymmetric warfare, in this time frame it is messy.
But essentially, you weren't just trying to show the good. You were trying to show the bad. You were trying to show what wasn't being reported in your view. And do you feel that a better grasp on the truth was held by the American public through your leaking?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I feel like that was the goal and the intention. But sure, the American public, has this information available to them now. But, also so does history. So do other, points in time ahead of us. So, it's...
But it wasn't yours to give. You were convicted of espionage. You were convicted of theft. And...
I was not... Look, I had a court-martial and there were charges of unauthorized disclosure, but, it doesn't belong, this kind of information, you can't hold on to this information. You're not going to be able to in the 21st century.
That's the point I'm making. As you say, you can ask the American public how they feel about that. And for some, you will be aware of this, view you as a traitor.
I don't encounter that on a daily basis. No, I don't.
No, but you will be aware. You will be aware that there is that view because of.
There's that view, but it's usually among people who are, hardly relevant to the 21st century society. Most of the people that say these kinds of things are are usually people in powerful positions or are in who are older. So generational. I think there's a sort of generational difference between sort of people who are aware of how widespread having access to information is in this era of we live in the era of radical transparency now. That's the sense that I get.
Let's say that there are those who agree with what you're what you're talking about, the themes and the principles, but they still feel uncomfortable about the way you released the information to WikiLeaks. What would you say to them that, did you do everything you could do to try and work within the systems that existed that were available to you within the army, within the military?
Those systems don't exist. Look, we can rehash this kind of history, and obviously I took responsibility for what happened. I made this decision. I did these things. And I went through a court-martial, and I went through this process. So we've gone through this.
Well, no, it's just you've written a book about it. So I think it raises the questions again. You say rehashing. I'm just trying to hear from you what you think has changed as a result of it, and how you engage with those who didn't feel comfortable.
Well, I think that now we live in a very different era. So I think in 2022, for instance, as a civilian, at my laptop computer in 2022, I look at. I can look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for instance, and I see that. Now we're so awash in information that I feel like I have more access to information about an ongoing conflict in, say, March or April of 2022 than I did as an intelligence analyst in a classified environment in 2010.
So Fabien, talk to me a little bit about the ocean. It covers 70% of the planet. It gives us food, it gives us jobs, it gives us, of course, oxygen. We're taking too many fish out, we're polluting it, we're making it warmer, and only 3% of it is protected. What frustrates you the most about this?
The basic frustration is our ignorance about how integral ocean is to not only our well-being, but to our existence. And for far too long, we've been using the ocean as an endless resource in a garbage can. Imagine our planet is a three-dimensional system. The ocean represents 99% of our world's living space, about 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume, within which the vast majority of biodiversity lives and thrives. And that's what we're beholden to. That is what makes us possible as a species.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
To the world of business. Balance of Power with David Weston. News, analysis, insight from and about politics power players. Weekdays. This is Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg. Top experts. Great questions.
Do you feel that about the US military? Do you feel it's more open now, that you have more access to that sort of information?
I do think so. I think that there's been, the 2010s were a turbulent sort of era for large institutions that were encountering the widespread access of information for the first time. We saw this, obviously in 2010. We saw this in 2013 with the other set of leaks that happened in 2013. We see this with cell phone cameras, where and broadband internet access being more widespread and available. With cell phone camera footage of police brutality causing controversies now. So I think that we do live in an era in which now there's, because of the amount of in fact there's too much information. We're now in an era where it's very hard to discern valuable information that is validated from disinformation and misinformation.
Yeah, of course. The verification of information is a major battle. You talk about what happens to you, and I want to go into that, which you talk about in the book as well. But just on that point of writing this and putting it in a book, who's this book for? Who are you hoping to tell your story to, or convince perhaps of why you did what you did, or what you were hoping to achieve?
So I view this book as a coming-of-age story for me, and I've aimed this book towards a younger version of myself, right? This is essentially a book that I wrote with myself at the age of 15 in mind, right? I dedicated this book to sort of young trans people as well, who are, that's how I view this. This is I'm not much of a fan of the thriller novel, so I didn't want to tell that kind of story. I wanted to tell a coming-of-age story because it's not even really a memoir. This is about a time period in my life in which I am, very young, and I'm still kind of young.
Yeah,
so,
no, you are.
Yeah, I'm in my mid-30s, so I'm just starting to get my life together.
Well, and it's quite a coming-of-age story because of then, as you say, taking responsibility. What happens to you? You're transported to Kuwait, and a metal bar cage for 49 days is part of your experience. Well, you tell me, but I did want to ask, because you do then go on to do several spells of solitary confinement, but can you describe what that is like for us?
Sure. So solitary confinement is, it's hard to it's kind of hard to describe, and it was actually really hard to write about because there's not a lot that's happening, right?
Yeah.
You know, it is there's a lot of sensory deprivation. There is a sort of focus on food, on sleep, on just trying to regulate your own body. And I remember in Kuwait in particular, it was actually very fuzzy and foggy because of how hot it was. It was, you know, like in the high 30s to high, you know, to mid 40s in temperature, you know, in Kuwait. And I was, and it was, you know, like it was dark, and you know, like I just, it's very hard to write about this time period, you know, for a number of different reasons, you know, because there's not a lot happening, and also there's just this hyper awareness that starts to develop on the sort of conditions around you, and this sense of self, and the sense of like self-awareness about yourself. I mean, it almost feels like a more animalistic period, you know, for me, where, you know, it's not like I'm not even thinking almost in words. I'm just thinking of just food and sleep and trying to get through the next period of time, and
survival.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I read, and you tell me again, that you didn't think you were actually going to go to prison, and then for doing what you did. So you go from that to this, which is such an extraordinary contrast, I imagine, as well.
Yeah, and you know, it was very unexpected. You know, this has never happened before. So
would you have still leaked Chelsea if you knew you were going to go to prison?
You know, I'm not gonna speculate on what I would have done if I had known something different. But I look. I can't change what happened. Yeah. I can't do anything about, you know, or you know, I would have been a different person if I had made any other decisions. You know, it would have required me to sort of have a different background or for a different set of circumstances. But I think that even the potentiality of losing my career and the potentiality of being discharged and of losing my security clearance and essentially being cast aside and cast out of the military and essentially working back at Starbucks gave me pause. You know, it was that was definitely enough to. That was definitely enough to be, you know, that was I viewed those, you know, in terms of like having a career at this time. These were major consequences.
And then there were the consequences, which were much more major, as you say, and you get a sentence of 35 years, and going to America, you know, then in jail. And I also understand you were in a position where you tried to take your own life on 2 occasions, which gives a sense to anyone who's just perhaps coming to your story about how difficult this was.
I have had quite a journey. Yeah. And obviously, you know, there are time periods in which you lose hope and you give up. And, you know, but you can also get past that. And I'm thankful that I'm here and that I have been able to grow and develop and meet people and have the friends and the support network and the you know, the wonderful people that I have in my life, and that I'm able to see my family again.
It doesn't end up being 35 years because Barack Obama commuted your sentence, President Barack Obama. One of his last acts as president. Why do you think he freed you? What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, he said the reason why, which is, you know, Chelsea served a tough sentence, and you know, it was disproportionate. So you know, he's obviously weighed in here. You know, it's not that he views it as that. You know, I didn't do anything wrong at all, right? You know, in his mind. So, but you know, I took responsibility. I you know, served a significant period of time in prison. You know, so that was his rationale. That was the one he stated.
People may not realize you did go back to jail in 2019 to 2020. This is when you refused to testify before a grand jury investigating Julian Assange.
Well, I mean, I want to clarify.
Yeah, please do.
Because because the U.S. government never acknowledged that, and they actually denied that it was targeting a specific individual.
Okay.
So we don't know. I do know that I was asked specific questions regarding the 2010 disclosures. So my lawyers obviously speculated that it might be about a specific individual, but from our perspective, it could have been anybody. It was not limited to a specific individual.
And on that point then, for what you do know and what we know, what we now know you don't know as well, why didn't you want to do that?
So the grand jury process is a very problematic one in the U.S. It's used almost exclusively against people in very high-profile and political cases. In various instances throughout history, this has been used to sort of go after people whenever they've, like double jeopardy is at play or immunity has already been conferred or something like that. And so I viewed this as sort of the U.S. government getting back at me for the commutation of in 2017.
For what had happened then? Okay, so that's your reasoning. Because some took that. I know that you're saying about the individual, but some people took that or may have taken that as your support for Julian Assange. Is that right?
I don't. I know that there was an indictment that was unsealed during the process, and so the fact that an indictment was unsealed during that process and I was still incarcerated for something that had already been indicted leads me to believe that it wasn't for that. So obviously the investigation at that time was for something bigger.
But do you support Julian Assange?
I find it problematic that the U.S. government is going after the individuals involved in the events of 2010. Yes.
Okay. Are you in touch? Do you have a relationship? Because it was WikiLeaks to which you released these documents.
I don't know if I've ever had any direct contact.
Okay. It's just we're speaking and it's a chance on the record to say what you want to say about that.
Well, I find it problematic. Obviously them going after all of the people involved in the disclosures, I think in this manner and in this way is I think very problematic. And I think that as this unfolds and as it grows, and it goes and it gets I don't know how much I don't know who else is going to be brought into this. I don't know how much bigger it's going to get, but I'm alarmed at this case and at how the U.S. government is approaching this. That's all I can say.
Suppose somebody is watching and says, I want to be Ari Emanuel when I grow up. What should somebody do to get into the talent agency business or the business you're in?
Well, it's hopefully what I've taught my kids. You got to be intellectually curious. You got to be, you got to show up. And you know this like I know this. I got on a lot of planes. Even though that voice in your head is saying, oh God, I'm so tired, I don't want to do this. You got to show up. You got to be charmingly relentless. You have to build emotional endurance because there's no straight line to success. It's kind of all over the place, and you have to just be able to work through those things. And then I think one of the things that I do every week is I try to create serendipity.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Do you feel it's over for you, or do you still worry about this? Is this something that keeps you up at night?
I think it's over for me. For me personally, I think that this is a chapter that is closed. I've said what I've said. I've gone on record. I've taken responsibility. I think that, and I'm eager to get on with my life. I'm eager to one of the reasons I wrote this book was to essentially, go on record and to build and to grow and to say, look, go to the book, here's my story for the stuff that happened 12 years ago that almost has no bearing on my daily life.
Yes, but going back to jail in 2019 to 2020 must have been extremely difficult, to say the least.
No.
I imagine. No, it wasn't a dark period to have to be back without your freedom.
No, I honestly, I'm so severely institutionalized that the idea of going back to jail is, honestly, jail is not a scary place to me. It is, there's a part, there's a kernel inside of me that sort of views, prison as being sort of like just like high school or just like.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think that
That's fascinating.
It's a place where I've spent a significant period of time, and I find it difficult. I honestly find it more difficult out here because I've spent so much time in prison that I kind of view the world through the lens of prison first, because I understand sort of how prison and institutions work. I mean, obviously, school, military, prison, and out here is a bit messier, and I'm still trying to navigate things, and it's kind of tough.
Well, no, I just find that really fascinating because what you seem to be saying, but you tell me, is that being free can be harder and more frightening at times.
Especially if that's what you know, right?
Yeah.
Because what I know, there's a familiarity with being in an imprisoned environment, right? In a carceral environment. There's a familiarity with that. I know what tomorrow brings in that kind of environment. I know how I know sort of how the social dynamics work. I know, it's a very, it's a very structured kind of environment. And out here it's messier.
Do you miss prison in any way?
I think that I certainly think that, just like any other institution that somebody can stay at for a significant period of time, I think that there is a nostalgic feeling that comes with that. It doesn't necessarily mean that that I want that. Obviously, prison is not an ideal place to be in. But yeah, I think that there is I certainly have just like in combat and being in a war zone, there are nostalgic feelings that come with those kinds of time frames. And the sense of support that I had from from either the other inmates that I had or from the friends that I built or the relationships that I built.
Well, no, I was also going to come on to we talked a bit about how some may feel not favorably towards what you did, but it's also been reported that you received 270,000 letters.
I did.
In prison. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, that's extraordinary. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. I received so many letters. I couldn't read them all. I do remember that the United States Disciplinary Barracks, the prison that we had, I think they had to hire additional staff in order to go through it all. Because they obviously couldn't hand stuff over to me. And I did keep some of the negative pieces. I think I got 11 pieces of negative mail the entire time.
Okay, so, you're someone who likes your statistics, and that's a pretty good ratio.
Yeah, well, I'm a data scientist. Yes. That's what I do.
And are you still a data scientist? Because I also read someone's described you recently as a socialite. I see you in Vogue posing, and also as a DJ. So you seem to have several roles at the moment.
Yeah, I'm doing all of the things that I missed and that I didn't get to do. Now that I've written the book, which took up quite a chunk of time, I'm able to sort of do these things. And obviously the pandemic sort of, it's been a messy few years. So I do a number of different things, but ultimately I would say that currently my job is essentially to be a security consultant. I work for a number of different clients, one of whom is a privacy-focused company that is working on a privacy-based project that actually is based on an idea that I proposed in 2016.
Okay, so that's kind of the day job, and by night, DJ, party attender, whatever's happening.
Yes, I have been known to be a party animal throughout my life.
Chelsea Manning, thank you very much for talking to me.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being with us. Until we meet again, take care and goodbye.
fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad,
From
isn't it?
age, what, 5,
Well,
6?
maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's
And
fun.
it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy, and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel, and I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, of the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I watched the offshoring. I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
Hi, I'm Francine Lacroix. Join me on Leaders with Lacroix as we explore what drives the most influential people on the planet, with guests like U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate Change, John Kerry.
Climate has no affiliation with any party or ideology. Listen to the scientists. This is not a matter of ideology. It's not a matter of politics. That's the challenge.
Leaders with Lacroix on Bloomberg Television, TV Go, and Bloomberg.com.
Sports has always felt like the polar opposite of virtual reality. One is physical and tactile, the other is perceptual and intangible. One is mainstream, and the other is still pretty niche.
Big opening here.
But more and more, they're becoming intertwined.
I think it's time for my workout.
You seem like a natural.
Whoa, that's a little too realistic.
Athletes, fans, and people just trying to get in a good workout are discovering that the virtual world holds new possibilities. And companies like Meta, the corporation behind Facebook, are hoping they can draw new adopters by getting physical, virtually.
So we think, just generally speaking, there's a huge application for sports in the metaverse and in virtual reality.
I think it's truly going to enhance the way that fans, players, everyone just experiences sports going forward.
And for the world's most valuable leagues and teams, can these new digital ecosystems allow fans to not only consume, but participate in their favorite pastimes? Or will they not even make it out of the starting gate?
That virtual selfie we saw of Mark Zuckerberg, that's a $10 billion selfie. That's what $10 billion buys you. That's where the criticism's coming.
So if you wanted to think of what is the hardest thing we could possibly do in the metaverse, it's probably in the area of sports today.
Don't tell me I drowned the ball. I'm as bad in here as I am in real life.
This is Jason Rubin, or at least his avatar. He's the vice president of metaverse content at Meta, the company formerly known as Facebook. He has a long history in games, from creating Crash Bandicoot to forming the gaming studio Naughty Dog. However, that experience hasn't translated to virtual basketball.
Somebody in the background is coding furiously to make sure I don't miss at this point.
This basketball hoop is part of Meta's Horizon Worlds, a sort of digital meetup space, where you can build your avatar and connect with others in virtual reality, doing everything from work meetings, concerts, or casual conversations near a digital beach.
Is this the metaverse? Are we in that right now? Or like, what would you say this is right now on the scale?
We are in the metaverse in the same way that if you're on a web page, you're in the internet, but you are not the internet, right? It's going to take a while for us to build a massive metaverse that feels like a metaverse should be, and you'll never see every corner of it. I mean, that's part of the fun of it.
Now, the metaverse is a buzzword we've heard a lot in the last year.
The metaverse, the next frontier of the internet.
Big tech, big brands, big ambitions. People and companies are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into the vision of the metaverse.
That reportedly is a place where we can all go and hang out and do business and pretty much live our lives, or at least our avatars can live their lives.
If you go back to the 80s, there was a movie called Tron.
Who's that guy?
That's Tron. He fights for the user. People started to imagine, what would it be like if I was inside of the arcade, or what if I was inside of the computer? Like, what would happen in that world? What kind of opportunities would get created?
This is Ben Grossman, the CEO of Magnopus, who worked in the VFX and film industry for years before starting to work on bridging the physical and digital worlds.
The internet right now is like a newspaper. It's words, it's pictures. You click on the words, it goes to other things. You click on the pictures, they move into videos. So the internet is connected pages. What we're moving towards now is more the way the world works, connected spaces. If each of those spaces can exist between the physical layer that we all live in and a completely virtual layer, consumers will be able to interact with content the way that they want to, in the context that they want to, and probably moving towards one universal device that helps them do it.
Building out this new form of navigating our digital and physical lives is something the largest tech companies in the world are dedicating vast amounts of resources towards.
Meta, Apple, Google, Microsoft continue to make long-term investments in hardware and software to bring consumers and companies into immersive 3D worlds.
I sound like a boomer even though I'm not, but I'm like, I'll just hang out in the real world for now.
Yeah, I am a boomer, and I'm going to say, I just want to hang out in the real world.
The term metaverse is pretty problematic because it originates in science fiction, and it's associated with a little bit of a dystopian vision that not everybody would think is, something we should all be aspiring towards building. Unfortunately, all the other terms that people have come up with haven't really taken traction. And then courtesy of Mark Zuckerberg's decision to change the name of Facebook to Meta, now we have Metaverse.
Starting today, our company is now Meta. Now we have a new North Star to help bring the metaverse to life.
Meta has invested billions into this space, including reporting a $10 billion loss last year on its virtual and augmented reality arm, Reality Labs. This move to the metaverse started back in 2014, with then Facebook's acquisition of VR headset maker Oculus for $2 billion.
So they were really kind of in a very vulnerable business position with Google and Apple effectively controlling their access to most of their customers. So Facebook needed to kind of say, well, I need something that's next that we can control in its entirety. They would argue that that's in order to drive a better experience or in order to create, something that you couldn't have done while working through the plumbing of the traditional internet. I think renaming themselves Meta is probably an indication that they are tripling down on this idea that the metaverse is the next big idea.
Companies like Google, Valve, Sony, and Microsoft have all introduced products to the VR and AR space. Even Apple is rumored to be developing its own device. Meta has been one of the more visible companies in the space, aiming to create products and content not just for gamers, but for everyone. However, early versions of what the metaverse inside those headsets look like have not always been met with excitement.
There are larger issues here outside of Mark Zuckerberg posting a really weird baby-like selfie from the metaverse and his time on the Rogan podcast. It really goes down to whether or not people can even figure out what they want a headset for.
If corporations want headsets to be the next smartphones, they're going to have to make virtual reality more accessible and fun. One way to do that? Sports. Even simple ones, like throwing a basketball in a hoop.
Next time I do an interview, rule number one, gotta learn how to do the basketball before you do the interview, right?
There it is.
Okay. says, all right, now I can go home and sleep.
Yeah.
But like that just gave us something to do that we're talking, right? Like this is what you would do with a friend doing something. It doesn't have to be basketball, it could be whatever. But this is very different than sitting on VC with your hands in your lap talking. Meta is really excited about sports and fitness inside VR, inside the metaverse, for a lot of reasons. But one of the main reasons is it tends to be a social activity. And VR and the metaverse are social activities. We're excited in a lot of aspects of sports. We're excited in people's ability to see professional sports that they might be stuck at home alone, to see it with other people. We're excited about people playing sports together, whether it's recreations of real-world sports in virtual reality, or it's new types of sports that only exist in virtuality, only exist in the metaverse. And there's also aspects like training that are starting to work now, where people are training to become baseball players inside virtual reality, inside the metaverse.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today?
Connection
Ask a
lost.
question or visit SearchGo to find answers now. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
As governments, we have a responsibility to create the incentives and the space for you to flourish, a receptive environment for change, and the accountability that comes with guardianship. In many nations, the foundation for this approach has been laid for us long ago if we choose to listen. Where I come from, Aotearoa, New Zealand, a beautiful place you must visit, our Indigenous people hold a worldview that every single living and non-living thing is connected. Our people, our plants, our animals, descendants of Ranganui, the Sky Father, and Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother, and their children. And so it follows that people and nature are kin, are family. And we must care for one another in the spirit of kaitiakitanga, which translates into guardianship by the people of the land for the next generation.
All right, we're ready? Okay, watch my bun there.
And then you're right there. Drill the goal is to score as many touchdowns as you can. Show me and Hawk up, so I'm gonna need you to show.
How many you got?
Yeah, I got the highest score.
Okay, all right.
You got your play call, tap the break button, boom. Now you got that, you're good, hit break. Okay, cool. Boom, and then you gotta find your guy and throw.
This is NFL Pro Era, a newly released virtual reality game that puts you in the helmet of your favorite NFL quarterback. You can select your team, pick your favorite play, and then just like a QB, either hand the ball off to a running back, find an open receiver, or take off running, but with the joystick.
Oh, that's that. You gotta get that ball out. You gotta get the ball out.
The game's available on a couple headsets and made by developer Status Pro, founded by former NFL wide receiver Andrew Hawkins and former Division I quarterback Troy Jones. The pair started with developing training products for pro teams that used augmented reality so athletes could practice with both real and virtual teammates. Now they want to bring that experience to a wider audience.
Football is such a unique game because it's something that you can enjoy and watch and spend time with your family doing. But to get on that field and see it from the player's perspective and actually play it, I do think you'll gain a deeper appreciation of what goes into what you see on TVs on Sundays. And that's something that obviously as two former players we're passionate about.
We kind of had this vision of, man, this technology was going to be the future, right? And how do we find our space in that? We're both former athletes. So we have a specific way of looking at it. And we felt like there was a way for us to kind of create an experience that everybody could participate in, from athletes to coaches to front offices to fans.
And in my demo, the immersion factor was believable. It felt like I was actually taking a snap at Acrisure Stadium. The sounds of players running at me made me afraid to hold on to the ball for too long. It wasn't perfect, however. While fans of teams might recognize their offensive line by their numbers, their faces aren't as realistic. And occasionally, you'll see some players defy some laws of physics. But even when things went wrong, the game still felt fun.
You see the guy to the slot right here, number 3 again? He's gonna break inside in the middle. Let's try to hit him in the middle when he breaks.
Oh my God,
You got the wrong hand? With the left-handed touchdown?
NFL Pro Era is not the first American football simulator to be created in a VR headset. There have been arcade-like games like 2MD and MVP Football, as well as what is essentially immersive advertising from Gatorade that features Peyton Manning.
Before we get you back out there, we need to talk about hydration.
But importantly, it's the first to have the official license with the NFL. And it's the first NFL-branded video game of any kind outside of Madden to debut since 2004.
I think the NFL, just to be clear, they're the most powerful sports league in the world. And I think for them, it's about making sure if they're going into any partnership with someone, it brings value to their fans and to the league. And when you sit, even people who work for the NFL on the 50-yard line of the Ravens Stadium or the Eagles Stadium or the Giants Stadium, they're like, wait, I even realized that I've never been in this position. And I think when that started to circulate around the league and they started to see how this could potentially change their fans' experience, they immediately saw the value.
Traditionally, fans of the NFL have been able to have this experience already through the Madden video game, a yearly release that sells millions of copies, despite lackluster reviews over the last 5 years. Madden, from publisher EA, has the advantage of launching on all the major gaming consoles, as well as for PC and mobile devices. Sales for Status Pro, however, will be limited to only owners of virtual reality headsets.
All right. Let's roll down.
This is 2, 3, 6, 9. Warm up. Take 1.
Mark.
Okay.
You are ready.
All right.
Outside of the draw of major sports leagues like the NFL, one area that is bringing a larger and more diverse group of users to VR has been fitness.
This is 23690 Bagatelle, and your warm-up is in New Zealand.
What's up, athlete? I'm Coach Leanne. Welcome to Sweat Symphony. Shake everything out.
At first glance, this might sound like the start of any instructor-led workout.
Hands up.
But from inside a headset, it feels more like a mixture of a Peloton class and Guitar Hero.
Supernatural was essentially created by 2 people who hated working out and wanted to find a way to make working out something that was actually fun instead of dreadful.
This is Leanne Pedante. She's the head of fitness for Supernatural, a VR app that feels more like a fitness studio than a traditional game.
You put on this headset and you're transported to a beautiful immersive location like the Galapagos Island or the Great Wall of China, and you're smashing or boxing to targets that are flying at you to music that you know and love while being coached by a coach like me who is guiding you through the experience and reminding you what an amazing athlete that you are.
Nailing that backhand.
Supernatural's also structured more like a fitness studio. You buy a membership for around $20 a month, and you can choose from a list of workouts like boxing, flow, meditate, and stretch. And new workouts are added every day. Launching in the spring of 2020, the app gained popularity as many people were searching for ways to work out while under lockdown. And notably, people who didn't traditionally visit gyms.
Myself, I've been a Supernatural athlete for just over a year now.
Fitness presents a lot of barriers for a lot of people. A lot of people feel left out of fitness or they feel unwelcome in gyms. And Supernatural has the most diverse community of users and members that I've ever seen in my career. We have members from their 20s to their 80s and 90s. We have members who are using this to train for ambitious sports, and we have members who have never worked out before in their life and are doing it for the very first time.
So Fabien, talk to me a little bit about the ocean. It covers 70% of the planet. It gives us food, it gives us jobs, it gives us, of course, oxygen. We're taking too many fish out, we're polluting it, we're making it warmer, and only 3% of it is protected. What frustrates you the most about this?
The basic frustration is our ignorance about how integral ocean is to not only our well-being, but to our existence. And for far too long, we've been using the ocean as an endless resource in a garbage can. Imagine our planet is a three-dimensional system. The ocean represents 99% of our world's living space, about 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume, within which the vast majority of biodiversity lives and thrives. And that's what we're beholden to. That is what makes us possible as a species.
Growing and expanding that user base, especially to an older and more gender-diverse audience, is incredibly important to companies hoping to profit in the metaverse. On October 28, 2021, Facebook rebranded as Meta. The next day, it announced plans to buy Supernatural Studio Within for a reported $400 million. But in July of 2022, the FTC sued to block that purchase, saying Meta is trying to buy its way into a monopoly over virtual reality. In a statement, Meta claimed their purchase would only benefit the industry, saying attempting to bar Meta from making acquisitions at all benefits no one, especially if the goal is to encourage innovation and competition. While many studios are hard at work to find what could be the killer app when it comes to virtual reality, the other question that remains is if this new spatial internet does materialize, how will companies profit from it? And that leads to the bigger existential questions around the intimate, some say invasive, role big tech companies like Meta and products like Facebook play in our lives.
Right now, there are a lot of companies that work under a surveillance capitalism model. It's not the greatest word, but it kind of accurately describes the fact that the people who were once consumers are actually the product, and their data gets sold to businesses who then advertise products to them, and that's the economic engine.
This advertising business is massive. In 2021, Meta brought in $116 billion in revenue and $57 billion in profit from online ads. In the past, Facebook has drawn blistering criticism from across the private sector and government regulators about its collection and role in spreading disinformation and hate speech. And devices that would allow you to access digital worlds also have the ability to access more data about you, your location, your interests, and down the line, potentially even your emotions.
So a lot of concern has been put into, can we create a healthy economic model in a metaverse that isn't requiring advertising? And so the reality is, since the metaverse is really just a mirror of physical society by digital means and the spectrum in between, you can take any way that you can make money in the physical world and you can just do it digitally.
I feel like
and some of the biggest sports leagues in the world are already testing this theory, starting with maybe the most obvious, selling tickets to virtual games.
Jaylen Brown took it in. That's a three from Al Horford.
The new era of technology with the metaverse, AR, VR is really just the latest chapter in an effort the NBA has been making for years, which is how to connect the game with fans and more fans than can fit in the arena.
This is Jen Chun, head of partnerships for the NBA, who have been an early adopter of VR technology. Back in 2015, the league was capturing a VR courtside experience at a time when 360 cameras were still held together with tape.
The actual capture technology of the cameras has improved, but I think also it's the experiences around where you find those games. So, for example, this last season, in addition to being able to go into Horizon Worlds to actually see a game in VR, you could experience that we built called NBA Lane, which celebrated our 75th anniversary. So instead of just being able to watch the game, you could go into this virtual amusement park and actually yourself participate in slam dunk competitions, firing t-shirt cannons, and walking around in VR with your friend or other NBA fans.
This last season, the Brooklyn Nets and the Yes Network released what they called the Netiverse, a glimpse at what is possible in the future of viewing sports. While far from perfect, you could view the game from any perspective on the court. And just like going to a game in real life, proponents of a digital economy believe you will be inclined to purchase merchandise, maybe a virtual hat or jersey for your favorite team that your digital avatar can wear. The NBA has also experimented in the NFT market with digital trading cards based on highlights.
But I think what it really comes down to is the emotional attachment that fans have to the games, to particular moments in the games. And so to give fans the opportunity to have a sense of ownership of certain moments in the games is an incredible connection directly to the fans.
Let's see what we got here.
Door number 2.
It's unclear whether this emotional connection to teams or players is enough to create real digital values in these spaces. While Top Shot cards gained popularity early, their sales have since declined drastically. But for the NBA, creating these digital experiences and merchandise are more testing grounds for how future consumers may behave.
Innovation has to have a lean forward, bold, testing, take that first step mentality to it. It's a build it, they will come kind of attitude, but I think it's most important for us to continue to make sure that fans can connect to the NBA.
After all, leagues like the NBA or NFL are slow to change, especially when it comes to how we watch. Sports command some of the largest media rights deals in the world, and changing them, even to popular streaming sites, has been a slow process. But for Meta, they have high ambitions for how future fans will engage with sports.
The ideal scenario for me is that sports gets to a point where, in order to truly experience the fandom of the league you're most passionate about or the team you're most passionate about, you have to do it under Quest. The history of new technology being rolled out certainly supports sports helping drive audiences. We saw it with Fox becoming a major network by going out and acquiring NFL rights. We saw DirecTV go after NFL rights as well in order to get audiences to pay for their products.
Football? Up to 13 NFL games every Sunday if you want them. I love you. I know, sir.
What we're excited to see with VR in the future is the ability for this to become a part of your common behavior, the best way that you could watch, express, and really engage around a live sports event.
But as Ben Grossman explains, having the metaverse, whether that's an AR or VR experience, be the primary way we consume sports from a technical perspective is still a long way off.
Sports is fundamentally one of the few things left in society that is very dependent on the power of live.
Iguodala gonna go in zone! How you like me now?
Latency, the time it takes between I did something and I received input in the metaverse is extremely critical and very difficult. In sports, it's the difference between win and loss. And in the metaverse, it's one of the hardest things to achieve.
We're going to take things up a level and talk about defense and footwork. Fists in front of your face.
The metaverse can feel fun at times, but also frustrating and empty. The idea of watching something inside of it with friends often still requires a lot of time and effort. And there's almost always some kind of bugs in the experience.
I think for people who are trying to tackle sports specifically in the metaverse, the rewards that are on the table are pretty significant. There's a lot of money in that area, and there's a lot of complexity, and the solutions to those problems are pretty ubiquitous. They apply to so many other things. If you can solve the problems in sports, well, then you can work backwards from that. You can do, movies and television type content. You could also get into education and a million other things. It is an argument to be made that you find those things that have the biggest economic opportunity, you work at solving those problems, and then you use those solutions to kind of go after the things that have less treasure at the end of that hunt, so to speak. And I think sports is one of those sectors.
what's happening on Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights.
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
Now's not a great time to be speculative.
It's time for a pivot.
We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. The moment news breaks, no one covers the world like Bloomberg.
In addition to him pleading not guilty, as we had expected, to 8 criminal counts here, there was a lot else that happened.
1 million people are getting infected every day, and that's going to rise to 3.7 million by January.
The UK is the only G7 economy that hasn't returned to its pre-pandemic level yet.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
We're investing in a lot of different capabilities and features that makes the in-store shopping experience that much easier, that much more compelling, whether it's price check, browsing inventory in this store, so that we can really make that experience as convenient and as simple as possible.
Convenient, simple, that's sort of what people have needed in the age of COVID. Is that here to stay, or do we go back when finally we all hope that the pandemic will be behind us in some way? Do our changing shopping habits go back again?
What's really interesting about retail in my 20-plus experience is that convenience never reverts itself. Now, the form of convenience has shifted, whereas, say, in 2000 to 2010, a lot of convenience was driven by more stores nearby. Now it's stores in addition to digital. There's nothing closer than the phone in your hand.
In 1971, Wire and Plastic Products plc made shopping baskets. In 2022, WPP, as it's now known, is the biggest advertising firm on the planet. Sometime between then and now, specifically in 1989, Mark Reed walked through the doors and played a starring role in that transformation. In 2018, Reed became chief executive of a firm in crisis. The man who had made the giant, Martin Sorrell, had stepped down. Today we speak to Mark Reed about a new age of advertising and how to run a business fit for the 21st century. Mark, thank you so much for joining us on Leaders with Lackwell. What does it mean being an ads man, an ad leader in 2022?
Well, I mean, our industry is at such a interesting phase, isn't it? We've just been through the pandemic. We've come out, I think, in many ways, ever more relevant. But we face a whole period of continued innovation in our industry with new advertising formats, new digital companies being launched, e-commerce taking off. Our industry is changing. I mean, it changes all the time, but it's changing now, I think, more than ever.
But if you look at the pace of change over the last 10 years, I mean, it's been incredible.
Yeah.
Can you go through the same pace of change in the next 10 years?
I think so. I mean, look, we're a big company. We have 100,000 people around the world, but we try to also have the heart, if you like, of a small company, to be very responsive. We have people day to day working on individual clients, working on client briefs. So I think that it's that trick, isn't it? How we get the scale of a big company, but also how we operate quickly and nimbly.
Other rivals are very focused on spending in tech. What's the future for WPP?
Well, I think what makes WPP special is creativity. It's ideas. You know, without ideas, there's nothing on these tech platforms. What would there be on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube without, you know, creative work and creative ideas and all the things that creative people flourish? So I think that creativity is what makes WPP distinctive and kind of where we want to invest. Now, of course, with technology, how we bring those ideas to life, where they live, where they exist, that's changing very quickly. So it's really about sort of building up what we could call the traditional skills, if you like, of the past, but blending them with a real understanding of data and technology that you need in the future.
So your role is changing, I guess. Is it still just pure advertising, or is it more advising clients and kind of navigating these uncertain times?
WPP is much more of an advertising company today than we used to be. Now, clearly, advertising is important to what we do, and you started with, I think when I go to customs, the customer says, what do you do? I say, I work in advertising, but actually WPP is much, much more than an advertising company today. We're as likely to be asked by a client, how do I succeed on Amazon, as we are, what do you think of this television ad? So we've had to learn a tremendous number of new skills over the last 10 years, as you say.
So what happens in the next 5 years? Again, is it going to be Amazon? Is it going to be Twitter? Is there something else that will be the hot new thing?
Well, there's one good thing about WPP. We don't need to make, in a way, we don't need to make those decisions, because consumers will decide, and we need to be where consumers are. So it's our job, I think, to understand all of those platforms and help our clients understand what's most relevant, where can they reach their consumers most effectively, what's going to deliver the higher return on investment. We're very data and technology and fact driven today. So it's both the creative idea, but also the financial returns are important.
How did you end up in advertising?
Well, I sort of by mistake, really. Like many
good
things.
Good mistake or a bad mistake?
Well, I left university. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I wrote to a few sort of business leaders and companies, and I ended up working at WPP in the very early days. And I think when I started, I never thought I'd end up sort of sitting in this seat, if you like, at all. No.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. We have clients who are people, we have creatives who are people, we have technologists who are people, and a lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. But ultimately, the job is as much sort of, sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice? I don't know if it's psychological terms, but if there's a deal that you need to get or an account that you need to get that you're worried will go to a rival, what's your pep talk like?
My pep talk, well, I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. And what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
So how have clients changed, actually, over the years that you've been in advertising? Do they ask for different services now because the challenges are so much bigger?
I think clients have a tough time, don't they? We've never lived through a period of so many crises. They're trying to manage enormous budgets, vast global enterprises. So they need trusted advisors, and I think that's kind of, in a sense, what they're looking to WPP and to our agencies and to our people to bring, a real sense of, if we do this, what will the impact be? From packaging through to advertising, through to public relations, through to design, and then in many, many new skills. The days of old, if you like, a lot of this was a matter of judgment. Now we're much more data-driven than we used to be. We'll look at market research figures. We'll measure the return on investment. We'll use digital media, in that way as well. So they've become, I think, much more analytically driven than perhaps they used to be.
What's the biggest challenge going forward? Is it, if you look at some of the technology companies, Twitter, Facebook, is that still where the future lies?
Well, it's interesting, in the first 6 months of this year, if you look at WPP, we've actually grown more quickly than the average of the four sort of tech ad companies, Google, Meta, Snap, and Twitter. So in a funny way, the challenges they faced are somewhat different from the challenges that we've faced. We tend to have bigger, more global clients. We're not so reliant on venture capital funded startups. So I think we're coming into the future really in quite a good position, and actually there are going to be a lot of opportunities for us.
Who do you see as your biggest rival?
We compete with our traditional rivals. We compete with the consulting companies. We compete with some clients that try to do some of this work in-house. So, look, the great thing about our industry is it's always been competitive. Two people in a garage can start up an agency. They have done over many years. But I think that for the major clients that we service today, we're in a really good position. We just came off the back about a year ago winning the global mandate for the Coca-Cola company, and they looked at and tested every element of what we do as a business, from can we develop great creative work in China or India or South Africa, to can we embrace the media revolution, to can we show them how to partner with Facebook and Google and how to embrace TikTok, and for every part of our business, and selected us as their partner. I think that talks to the sort of power we have and the scale that we have.
Is it more difficult now because of the cost of living crisis, because of the economic downturn? Do you start feeling it already?
Look, I think, as I speak to you today, I think clients' spend is amazingly resilient, actually. And, we can look at next year and we can worry about next year. And it's easy. I sort of learned not to worry about things I can't control. I can't control the economic environment. All I can do is put WPP and our clients in the best position to navigate it. When I look at it like that, I think, well, actually, what we do is super relevant. Clients have got to demonstrate to consumers what they're doing. We're working with supermarkets to demonstrate how they can help customers save money. Clients have got to innovate. They've got to, in many cases, put price increases through. So I think the need for marketing isn't going to go away. There's no doubt the next 12 months will be challenging, but I think we'll come out of it, as we've done before, in a stronger position.
Up next, clients and consumer. The ad man must speak to both. With people asking ever more from brands, we look at the balance between profit and values.
We're investing in a lot of different capabilities and features that makes the in-store shopping experience that much easier, that much more compelling, whether it's price check, browsing inventory in this store, so that we can really make that experience as convenient and as simple as possible.
Convenient, simple, that's sort of what people have needed in the age of COVID. Is that here to stay, or do we go back when finally we all hope that the pandemic will be behind us in some way? Do our changing shopping habits go back again?
What's really interesting about retail in my 20-plus experience is that convenience never reverts itself. Now, the form of convenience has shifted, whereas, say, in 2000 to 2010, a lot of convenience was driven by more stores nearby. Now it's stores in addition to digital. Yeah. There's nothing closer than the phone in your hand.
Markets countdown in Europe. From the financial centers of the world, Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Leadership is key for any firm's success, particularly in a creative industry. With more than 100,000 employees globally, how do you run a small city as a coherent business? We continue the conversation with WPP Chief Executive Mark Reed.
So as we look forward to 2023, what do clients ask you the most?
We talk to clients about how much we're going to spend next year, what's the economic outlook going to be, and I think that's really the period of great uncertainty. I think what we say to clients is, those that have done well should continue to support their brands, because that's ultimately what they need to do. And as we saw even during the pandemic, those companies that sort of cut their marketing quickly found it hard to reinstate. So I think we say to clients, don't be fiscally irresponsible, if you like, but do continue to invest behind your business, invest behind your brands, and that's really what they're coming to us, ask us how to do that. But how to do that in 2023 means different things, right?
Yep.
What do I do on TikTok? How do I succeed on Amazon? reputation? How do I manage my reputation? You know, how important are these influencers that we're talking about? And they're very different questions from 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah. So let's say I had a 10 million budget,
yeah,
right? And I wanted to, you know, touch the U.S. consumer, not alienate China, and kind of keep my reputation intact. How do I deploy that money?
Well, I think you start. Well, what products are you in, Francine? What's the product?
What should I be in? Let's say a energy drink.
So look, we're working with a number of soft drinks companies. Look, I think you've got to have a great idea. So you've got to start with what does the product stand for, and what does it mean to consumers. I still think you've got to look across the media mix. I mean, it's interesting. People talk about the death of television, but in some ways, television's being reinvented, isn't it? You know, Netflix is taking TV ads, Disney Plus is going to accept advertising. So those channels, I think, remain super relevant. I think you've got to understand, you know, creativity today in a very different way before. You know, we're trying to embrace different creative disciplines, from partnering with people from Hollywood. We've just done a partnership between the Coca-Cola company and Marshmallow on a new drink, or understanding what's going on in the worlds of fashion or sport. Those are also very interesting to do. Then you've got to understand how you're going to reach the consumer. You're going to go through Walmart, or you're going to go through Amazon, or you're going to build your own distribution channels. And I think these are all questions in a way that, you know, that WPP can help you answer.
Do I have to have a chief executive a political point of view? So do I need to, you know, do I have to call out things that are morally wrong in my eyes?
No, look, I don't think that brands necessarily have to have a political point of view, but I think brands have to understand what's going on in society, what consumers care about, and how what they do is relevant to them. And we did a study, Mindshare Media Agency did a study, and it said 82% of consumers care about how brands sort of treat people, treat social issues, take a position on those. So you have to think about, you know, energy consumption. What's your policy on sustainability? What's your packaging policy? How do you treat your people? Where are you going to sell your product, and who are you going to sell it through? So I think that those issues are important. I rather think of them about purpose than about them being political, if you like.
But are those real changes?
Absolutely, they're real changes. I mean, if I look at our
CEOs
people,
mean it.
Well, I think CEOs do mean it. Certainly, you know, I mean it. When I think about WPP, we have 100,000 people. You know, I said they're passionate about these topics. They want to know, where do we stand on many of these sort of social or political or societal issues. I think societal is probably a good definition of them rather than political.
How will the Qatar World Cup actually change advertisers and the relationship with some of the big sporting events?
Well, I think that, you know, our advice to clients is really to think about, you know, the World Cup as a football celebration, and to get behind football and get behind fans. Now, clearly the controversies around, you know, the host nation are problematic, but I think our advice would be, you know, really as far as they can, just to focus on the football and the support for the football. And it's difficult, I agree.
How do you navigate China?
You know, we have a big business in China. We also have a big business in Taiwan. Again, I was reassured by, you know, some of the moves in the Biden meeting recently with President Xi in Bali. I think that's positive, but it's difficult.
Mark, there's something that struck me that you said, which, you know, of course you would advise clients not to spend less in advertising because it's then difficult to ramp it up. Are you talking, is it like slots? Like, you know, when you go to Heathrow, if you lose a slot, then you don't get it back? Or is it just, if you rein in too much, then it's difficult to get the eyeballs needed to sell more?
I don't think so. Look, there was that old adage, you know, I know half my advertising works, I don't know which half. I think increasingly we know much more about what works and what doesn't work for clients. And so I think, you know, we can look at, you know, certainly in much of digital media, what the impact is. Do clients buy things, do consumers buy things, or do they not buy things? So I think that a lot of the sort of uncertainty in our industry has been taken away by, you know, the use of data to measure, you know, results.
And this is online?
Online, but also offline. I mean, you know, offline media, we know we have many, many rules of thumb to understand how to use offline media.
I mean, I know I get pop-ups for stuff when I talk. I mean, is my phone spying on me, Mark? Because I talk about something and then I have an advertising. Is that the way that technology is going to go? Not necessarily the spying bit, but actually being able to tell me what I want to buy.
I think we've been very clear. I think that consumers expect a right to privacy. Yeah. And I think that's an sort of a non-negotiable, and I think certainly something that we, try to push through all our work and everything we do with clients. I think at the same time, advertising needs to be relevant, and if it's more relevant, it's more useful to you. And so we can use data in a way to make advertising more relevant, but we have to do it in a way that's transparent to consumers, that doesn't misuse their data. I think all of those things are possible in what we're doing, really.
So what's the model for the future? I know there's also, and we did a piece on this on Bloomberg, when you go into a shop, and I think that the mannequin is basically scanning your eyes. So if you're looking at the shoes for an extra 3 seconds, then that's what pops up in the iPad that you're going around with.
I wouldn't advise anyone to do that. Look, I think that the cookie was invented for many reasons, but it became this kind of universal way of, in a way, as you say, tracking or spying on consumers. And I think that moving away from the cookie is a good thing in terms of online privacy. There's only so much targeting you can do. Most of the world buy products from the Coca-Cola company. There's only so much targeting they need to do to be effective. And so I think sort of ultra targeting that's become sort of spooky is not helpful, frankly. It's not helpful to our clients. We wouldn't advise them to do it.
But if it's Coca-Cola, everybody knows it. What about a smaller brand? My energy drink that I wanted to sell that no one knows about.
I think there's many ways you can build a relationship with consumers. It has to be a value exchange, doesn't it? Do they follow you on Instagram? Do they follow you on Twitter? What's the value exchange? And I think if there's a value exchange, then consumers will give you and let you use their data.
Up next, with recession universally forecast, how does the ad industry weather the storm? Mark Reed on selling in the age of inflation.
As governments, we have a responsibility to create the incentives and the space for you to flourish, a receptive environment for change, and the accountability that comes with guardianship. In many nations, the foundation for this approach has been laid for us long ago if we choose to listen. Where I come from, Aotearoa, New Zealand, a beautiful place you must visit, our Indigenous people hold a worldview that every single living and non-living thing is connected. Our people, our plants, our animals, descendants of Ranganui, the Sky Father, and Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother, and their children. And so it follows that people and nature are kin, are family. And we must care for one another in the spirit of kaitiakitanga, which translates into guardianship by the people of the land for the next generation.
Power, policy, politics. From the White House to the Hill, Bloomberg covers the leaders in legislation.
That was really a tectonic shift for this White House.
The theory of this bill, as I understand it, is there'll be a multiplier effect.
How did Democrats mobilize specifically younger voters?
Bringing you the political news you need to know.
The president has made it very clear that this is a significant focus.
For the intersection of Wall Street and Washington, nobody covers politics like Bloomberg.
Of the black swan, a global pandemic, war in Europe, rampant inflation. How is the world's biggest ad firm positioning for a slowdown?
Is there I don't know whether there's an interesting client that you'd like to do more of, or even a client, is there someone that you would love to have in the books that you don't have yet?
Oh, I'm sure there is. I mean, look, we do fantastic work. I mean, I love all of our clients equally.
Of course, like your children, but no favorite.
Look, I think, an interesting Tesla's an interesting company. So far, they haven't spent money on advertising. I'm sure one day they will. I mean, I think Jeff Bezos said back in 2009, advertising is what companies do when they have nothing to differentiate themselves. And Amazon today is one of the world's top 5 advertisers. So I think that, companies develop and they come to a point of view where they need to talk to consumers about what they do, why they're relevant, what they have to sell. I think all of those things make what we do valuable.
I mean, it's interesting, right? If you look at the life cycle of a business, and I guess the ability for that business to be disrupted, when's peak advertising moment? When's the right time to really go for it?
Well, just look at the technology companies, Google, Amazon, Apple are some of the world's biggest advertisers, and they certainly didn't start that way. So I think that, we've learned that in the modern world, differentiation's increasingly difficult. It's increasingly difficult to do just based on technology or product feature alone. But actually brands, what people think of a company, what they stand for, what they do, that really matters. And I think that's what we're trying to do through advertising.
What was the most difficult day in your job? Do you remember that day?
Probably the first day. I mean, nothing prepares you to be CEO of a public company. I'd worked for WPP for a long time. As I say, it wasn't a position I expected to come into. And, if we face it, the company had a few challenges when I started. We hadn't grown. Our debt was probably too high. We were quite complicated as an organization. And so if I look back now on that time, just over 4 years ago, I'm pretty proud of what we've all done, collectively as a team, and it really has been, a collective effort. It's quite an interesting thing, I think.
Yeah, and your predecessor was Sir Martin Sorrell, so that was also, I guess, a challenge.
Well, no, he'd been in the company a long time, but I think when you take on a role, you do it in a different way, don't you? You do it in a way that's right for you. And I looked at where we were, and I think that one of the challenges was, how do we integrate analog and digital, right? Because that's sort of something where we've become quite complex. So we brought Wunderman and J. Walter Thompson together to create Wunderman Thompson. We brought VML and Y&R together to to create VML Y&R, two big integrated agencies that can help clients across the full range of marketing spectrum to integrate analog and digital. So I think that was the first thing that was important. And then I think secondly, we really wanted to expand what we did beyond advertising, because we realized if we just in the advertising box, we weren't going to grow. So we expanded our offer into e-commerce, into commerce, into building experiences for clients, and much more deeply into technology. And we've been on that journey really of sort of reinvention of our traditional businesses, but also expansion into new areas so the company can grow its top line.
Is it better being bigger because you service your clients in more industries and you have more of that data, or does it not make that much of a difference?
Well, I think what's interesting is the definition of scale and the competitive advantage of scale has changed. It used to be sort of buying power, buying muscle. We buy $60 billion of media around the world. That would give us certain leverage with media owners we'd use on behalf of our clients to get better prices. Yeah. Today's scale comes from data and from technology, and leveraging that technology investment and that data and that insight over multiple clients. So I think scale helps, but come back to the point I made earlier, we've also got to be nimble and smart and quick, because our business is day-to-day interactions with individual clients. So that's the challenge, is how we sort of create that scale without becoming, a big, dare I say, bureaucratic organization, which is the last thing I want to run.
Mark, how does advertising spending look like next year? So in the U.S., and again, is there anything really to rival the U.S. in terms of consumer spending or advertising spending?
Well, the U.S. is the biggest market. Together, I think the U.S. and China are about 50+% of the global advertising market, heading in different directions. The US expected to be relatively resilient next year. China, we're not sure, maybe another tough year. Global ad spend this year will be up 6 or 7%. Expectations next year are up 5 to 6%, so slightly slower. But don't forget, inflation's now 6%. So, we're used to looking at things in nominal terms, but we forget to take off inflation, which sadly is a little bit higher than it used to be. So I think it's sort of a relatively challenging year next year. But I think that things have proven a lot more resilient than people expect. So we'll have to see, I think, is how the year unfolds.
Do you think 2023 is the hardest year, or 2024 could be even harder if there's a lag effect in some of these inflationary?
Look, I think 2020 was a pretty difficult year. So we go through difficult years. There's many reasons to be optimistic, I think, about the future for our industry. It comes back to the types of questions the clients are asking us. They're much more significant. They're much more important. The secret success of any company is to grow. And I think that we, WPP, and our industry more broadly, can be really at the heart of a client's growth. How do they succeed with consumers? How do they reach them in new areas? How do they innovate? How do they create new brands? Those questions are going to be just as relevant next year. This whole digital transformation is going to continue. So these things aren't going to go away.
So what's the secret sauce of being a great chief executive? Do you empower? Do you micromanage? Like, what are you like as a chief executive?
I like to empower. I mean, I can't do it all on my own. And as I say, I need to get the best out of the people I work for. So I'd like to sort of, as I said, lead a little bit from the front, spending time with clients, spending time in pitches. We are a competitive industry. We're in pitches day to day. We win or lose business. So I think that we have to do that. But I also have to create a company which is collaborative. I don't think there's a tension between people that want to win, people that want to collaborate, but that's what we're trying to do, you know, a desire to do great work, to really push the boundaries from clients, but also a desire to work together, because sometimes, you know, no one person has a monopoly of the ideas.
Where will you be in 5 years?
I think that in 5 years we'll look different and the same. You know, things will be the same. I think is our belief in creativity, you know, investments in data and technology, but we'll probably be a slightly bigger business. You know, today we're 11,000 people in India, 6,000 people in Brazil, 7,000 people in China. I think those numbers will increase. They'll probably increase faster than the number of people that we have here in the UK or in the US. I mean, we're a UK company in a sense, but we're really a global company that's headquartered in the UK. The UK today is only 12% of our business. No, I don't know that will be wildly different, but I think we'll be bigger in other parts of the world.
Mark, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Francine. Thank you.
MasterCard introduced PayPass, its first contactless payment system, in 2002, but the technology took some time to gain traction.
I would say we first invested in this many years ago. The adoption rate on this in the early part, even in markets like the UK, Canada, Australia, was fairly slow in the early part. The inflection point of when it really started to hit its stride was when it was used in the transit vertical. So what we figured is, let's get all the transit systems around the globe enabled for contactless technology. That will create muscle memory for the consumer who will like the experience in transit and will use it elsewhere.
How do you judge the revenue proposition for MasterCard with an innovation like that and the adoption and the pace of it?
Look, I mean, for us, we're agnostic as to whether somebody's using the chip technology or the contactless technology or, you know, using the mag stripe, which was the old way of doing business. We earn revenues which are quite similar across both of those. The revenue potential and upside for us comes from the fact that now more spend is being done on card-based forms of payment than was being done in the past. So we're converting that cash over to electronic forms of payment, which is where the incremental revenue comes from.
If contactless payments is the current revolution sweeping the payments industry, what's the next one?
I think pay with your smile. So, biometrics.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, trying to open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
To our television and radio audiences worldwide, welcome now to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
I saw a Shark Tank trailer.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, what was the most surprising thing about it?
How kind Mr. Wonderful actually is. How soft he is. I guess he is. Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
Did it give you any flashbacks to your YC days and the panic days of early entrepreneurship?
Yes, and that they do about 45 minutes of shooting for 7 minutes of airing.
Yeah.
And so if the entrepreneur makes a mistake, and there are a few of these, it's totally fine.
I'm Tony. I was a product editor at Square.
And the four of us came together about 6 months ago to work on software for small business owners.
That's the application video Tony Xu and his DoorDash co-founders submitted to get a ticket into Y Combinator's prestigious startup accelerator back in 2013. Fast forward nearly 10 years later, and DoorDash has gone from a struggling food delivery story to a public company that's the U.S. leader in delivery. But the big question facing companies now is how to navigate a potentially prolonged economic downturn. Joining me on this edition of Bloomberg Studio 1.0, DoorDash CEO and co-founder Tony Xu.
Tony, it's so great to see you.
Great to see you too, Emily.
In person.
I know.
You went public in the pandemic. We were talking remotely, but there's nothing quite like an in-person interview. So thank you for being here.
It's great to be here.
You basically grew up in a restaurant, as I understand it. What was it like leaving China, moving to Illinois, and starting this new life?
It was a classic immigrant story. In many ways, I would say, looking back, almost a fairy tale-like journey where, my parents came to the U.S. with $250 in the bank. We immigrated to Illinois, Champaign-Urbana. My dad got his degree at the University of Illinois. My mom put food on the table by working 3 jobs a day, one of which did happen to be in a Chinese restaurant where I moonlighted as a dishwasher. So I got to hang out with Mom that way as a way of growing up, and I did that. I mowed lawns, and that's really kind of how I saved up money to, buy Nintendo games and do all the things that were the wonders of my childhood.
What do you think you learned from that? Mowing lawns early, washing dishes early?
I think 2 things. One, looking backwards, it's just that you have to work to actually get things done. I didn't understand what it meant to live off of food stamps, to buy groceries, or free and reduced lunch, every day inside school. But it was a very empowering feeling to buy my own Nintendo or earn my way to buying my first Apple computer. The second thing was really just the power of independent thinking. My parents, because they were so busy just trying to make a life for our family, that I was largely left alone. So I grew up playing basketball, watching TV. That's how I learned English. I grew up moving around a lot as a kid. And as a result, I think that gave me a lot of time to realize that it's pretty important to think for yourself.
So you studied engineering at Berkeley. You went to business school at Stanford. And you actually started out as an intern at Square.
I did.
I can't tell you how many people have said to me, Tony Xu was my intern at Square. That's how long I've been doing this, and how, DoorDash just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty stiff competition between finishing school. Jack Dorsey and Keith Raboy were trying to convince me to leave Stanford and work at Square full-time. It was a fun and busy period of my time, but I enjoyed both.
So how did the idea for DoorDash come about, and the decision to not work for, Jack Dorsey and Square, which I'm sure was also kind of intoxicating, right?
The idea for DoorDash really came from this, lifelong interest in helping these physical business owners, really people like my mom. So we talked to hundreds of small business owners, and it was surprising to us that even in 2013, delivery was not a solved problem. There were business owners who would show us literally booklets of delivery orders that they would refuse. I mean, we were talking about thousands of dollars per week, which is, the difference sometimes between making payroll and actually, surviving. And they would just turn them down because they were delivery orders, which to us was a really novel and unfortunate phenomenon, and frankly, unnecessary one. And that really became, the impetus to start DoorDash.
You started out driving for competitors, right?
I was driving for a lot of different services to try to actually understand, logistics. My background, as you mentioned, more in engineering, math. I thought I was going to be a cancer researcher. That's pretty much what I spent all of my undergraduate days at Berkeley doing. That kind of 180'd into world of business, and so I think it's really important to really learn things for yourself, to think from first principles, kind of, again, back to that independent thinking mindset I talked about as a child growing up.
Did you drive for Uber, Lyft?
I even drove for, services that were a little bit older, services like FedEx or Domino's, and really try to explore, how does delivery work? And it was really trying to understand, every component part. It sounds really simple, right? Bring you a burrito from point A to point B, but there were actually 20 steps involved in that delivery. It just didn't appear as obvious to the naked eye. So the first 2 years of DoorDash's life, we did deliveries almost every single day.
So where did you go from there? Early days, I know Elon Musk has said starting a company is like swallowing glass and staring into the abyss of death.
One of the first ones came actually as early as month 3 of the company's life. So we were maybe 11 weeks, 12 weeks old as a company. There was a big Stanford football game in September. And, long story short, we were late on every single order. And we had no ability to turn off the site, so it was just horrendous. Everyone in the company, all 12 of us, were delivering, and everyone, rightfully so, was furious because of how late we were. And so we had a decision to make. Do we do the right thing and refund, every single customer, which would have cost us about 40% of our bank account? Or do we, do a less right thing and survive another day? Because it was very hard for us at that time to raise capital, which, was something true for DoorDash's early history. And, it took us about 30 seconds to click, submit, refund. And, the lesson for us always as a founding team, and frankly even today as a company, is we'd rather die chasing excellence than live to be mediocre.
It wasn't so obvious either in the earlier years. I remember in 2016 you did a down round. I think you actually came on the show around that time. How did you weather the doubters and the people who didn't believe?
There were about 1,000 days in the desert between 2016, 17, and 18. Sometimes with company building, so long as you can convince yourself, because time is your most precious resource, you should keep going. And if you can keep going long enough, you might get lucky enough to make it.
So over time, how did you balance quality with the need and desire to scale, and then scale globally?
In these types of businesses where it's low margin, high complexity, you really have to figure out what your unit of business is. For us, that was a city. So in order to, before going to 7,000 or 10,000 cities globally, we made one city work. And after City 1 worked, we made City 2 work. And after we started getting higher and higher confidence that we can make baskets of cities work, irrespective of the geographies or what the customer situation looked like or what the merchant makeup was, then we gained the confidence to actually roll out everywhere.
Then came the pandemic. Brian Chesky has said the pandemic was like a torpedo for Airbnb. Was it like the opposite for DoorDash?
It was like the biggest wave behind our back, which had the ability to break us, and it almost did, because we grew 2x in 2 weeks. We went from a singular U.S. restaurant delivery business, that's what you and I would be talking about in 2019, to today, 5 businesses in 27 countries, much more than just restaurants. And so all of that was created in the last 2 years.
The big question is, how much do customers keep ordering out in a high inflation environment?
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. And what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
I'm going to take a look right here at regulation.
We are seeing digital currencies under some pressure.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people.
I want to have some of my money outside of the sovereign.
The transactions.
This is a simple case of where did the money go?
And the technology.
If people wish to invest in it, they must be prepared to lose their money.
I am still very positive on real utility into this space.
Bloomberg Crypto.
DoorDash went public, middle of the pandemic, and I remember actually you were coming on Bloomberg and the price doubled at the open, and we were coming out of, obviously, terrible economic times, the depths of the pandemic. What did that feel like when, you're going out into the world, starting to sell to public investors, and the price just doubles?
It was certainly very exciting. It was exhilarating. It was the first time that, our company went public. First time that I had ever undergone any of those types of experiences before. But at the, in the back of my head, it was that saying that you're never as good or as bad as they say you are. And so just remember that.
So tease that out for me a little bit, because the big question is, how much do customers keep ordering out in a high inflation environment? How much long-term sustainability and growth is there really?
Even though COVID is now effectively sustained and we understand how to live with it, customers are continuing to order. Those that joined us during the pandemic, they're still ordering at about the same rates as those who joined us before the pandemic. And that's because eating out and getting things delivered are pretty complementary. On the second point around inflation, I can say that in the last 60 years, in looking at the data, spend in restaurants and in grocery have only declined in 2 of those 60 years, including high inflationary times, much higher than what we observe today. And so what I think I take solace in, even though I see the fact that there is high inflation, is that customers are going to continue spending on food. And our job is to bring greater and greater affordability.
More broadly, the economy is in a tough position. Your competitors have announced layoffs and hiring freezes and slowdowns. Is DoorDash considering any of these?
And I think we've been fortunate mostly because most of our investments that happened during the pandemic really were meant to build new businesses. And those new businesses have continued to grow. New businesses, beyond restaurants in categories like grocery, convenience, or retail. New businesses overseas. We announced a large acquisition in Volt that really helped double our overall addressable market to 700 million people. New businesses in building an advertising business. New businesses expanding our services and building a platform to help businesses build their own digital operations.
Do you see DoorDash as more of a super app of the future, or is it something different?
Well, I see DoorDash as really solving 2 problems. Problem one is how do we bring incremental demand to all the physical businesses as they kind of figure out their own digital in-house capabilities. And the second problem we're trying to solve is bring tools to these businesses.
There's still a lot of competition in delivery. Who do you think survives the delivery wars? Who doesn't, and why?
Well, delivery is a scale economies game. At the end of the day, you can survive even doing deliveries from a singular store. There's still mom and pop pizza shops and Chinese restaurants that do their own delivery.
Do you see DoorDash as a challenger to Walmart, Amazon?
Well, I see DoorDash, as a champion of local businesses and physical businesses. I don't think that a world in which we just get what we want to buy or consume for a few places is a world that, again, is as worth enjoying living in. So our job is to make sure that all of these businesses, all of the millions of physical businesses globally, can continue to compete.
I do a lot of DoorDash, helps me be a working mom. Whenever I interview you, I get pings from Dashers, and some of them say they don't get paid enough. Some of them seem pretty angry. What's your response to them?
We want the local economy to grow and to thrive. That includes Dashers. We have 3 million Dashers that come to the platform every single quarter. And so it's really important to me what they say. And it's, in fact, why the company, myself included, we still do deliveries, in other words, once a month.
You still do deliveries once a month?
It's why we have a Dasher Community Council that we started 4 years ago now.
I want to see one of your memos after a delivery. Are you sending notes?
I'm texting, it's not even after the delivery. I'm texting, not texting while I'm driving, but texting after I complete the order.
From your deliveries, what have you learned?
Everything, all of the details, everything from pay considerations, everything from operations at a store. Which stores are a bit faster in their operations or more consistent? Which stores are less consistent? Where do you find the last parking space in downtown San Francisco? All of these details matter. They matter for efficiency, they matter for driver pay, they matter for merchant earnings. And so as a result, what I say to Dashers is, please continue to talk to me. I'm just Tony at DoorDash, and we're always trying to make things better. We're not saying that we're perfect, but when we look at the data that we've collected, the average Dasher is making $24, $25 an hour nationwide when they're doing deliveries, and so and most Dashers are pretty satisfied.
So DoorDash has been expanding internationally. Sounds like you're on the road.
Connection lost.
I'm on the road. I am on the road.
U.S., Canada, Australia, Japan. Where else? Where next?
Germany, Israel, Finland, a lot of the Nordics. So we're in 27 countries. And a lot of that is run by the Volts team that we were lucky to partner with.
Beyond Volt, how are you thinking about M&A? Are there any verticals or areas in particular where you might be interested in acquiring?
We have 5 businesses: the U.S. restaurants business, the new categories business with a focus on convenience and grocery, non-US, international, 27 countries, our B2B business, and our ads business. So we have quite a full plate. On M&A specifically, it's a high bar. M&A, I think, sometimes looks a lot better on paper than can be achieved in reality. And I think it's because you're talking about, at the end of the day, combining human organizations, not just businesses or products or lines on a spreadsheet. I think you have to deliver upon that promise. And so for us, the bar isn't just does it add to our business, but does it actually add to our culture?
You've been piloting rapid delivery, right? Rapid delivery, but rapid delivery seems to be contracting. What are you seeing in your pilots? Is this somewhere you think you'll expand or no?
So I think customers are always going to have expectations that go in one direction, right? I don't think we're going to want things delivered more slowly over time or at higher prices or with less selection. Our core use case right now is lunch and dinner, which is highly repetitive, highly profitable, which allows us to invest in things like fast deliveries. I take that with, great pride. I also take it with great responsibility, remembering to invest in those who maybe don't come from privileged backgrounds.
On the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversations, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders. Watch Wednesdays on Bloomberg Television.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
Was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does.
The OK is getting ready to make a decision.
You bought Chowbotics last year, but shut it down. This is robotic kiosks, right? I'm curious how you're thinking about AI and, Uber shut down its self-driving stuff, then they've started it back up. How are you thinking about AI and moonshots and some of this, potential new technology and how it could help DoorDash or not? Like, is it just not ready for prime time?
When it comes to platform shifts or new technologies, AI, autonomy, other types of technologies, I tend to like to make the investment. I think that's a more appropriate choice to not miss the shift. However, I think it's very important to get the pacing right. I still think that the merits behind what we were trying to do in partnership with the Chowbotics team was the right idea, in which we can help restaurants effectively build a cheaper cost product. That's ultimately what we were trying to do, but we weren't ready yet with the technology.
You recently joined Meta's board. What's it like working with Mark Zuckerberg?
It's been fantastic. It's been a terrific learning experience, learning from Mark all the way to the incredible management team at that company. It has a broad mandate of different products and as well as initiatives, and it's been a privilege.
Facebook and Meta are, very controversial platform. There's, controversy about whether Facebook is really good for the world, whether Facebook should have as much power as it should. How do you think about that, and how are you advising Mark about how to use that power?
With great power comes great responsibility, and I think Facebook has a lot of influence. And Meta's, different properties, as I'm sure you cover, serve billions of people, every single day. And that's an enormous privilege and an enormous responsibility that they take incredibly seriously.
Like, should any company be more powerful than multiple governments combined?
I don't think I see it, exactly that way, right? Because it's still a contract between the company and its users. I think what's important for Meta to do, and they're doing this absolutely, is how do we set the guardrails, to make it fair, safe for everyone? And this is very, very, very difficult.
You're also an investor
I'm
in
an
a number
investor.
of different startups.
Yes.
One of them is Alchemy.
Yes.
Web3 company.
Yes.
Any plans to accept crypto? Any plans for DoorDash to accept crypto?
Crypto right now is going through a period where it's trying to figure out what's next in terms of its use case. I think everyone, myself included, very bullish on the technology of what the blockchain enables.
What do you think could be the future of blockchain technology in food delivery, in general?
Well, I don't know if it's going to get applied directly, to food or to delivery. I mean, I think, it absolutely has the potential to create a new economic infrastructure, right? An economic infrastructure that can really serve as the basis for new banking systems, and et cetera. And so I think that's something more that's tangential to the world of delivery. Obviously, payments is one part of what we do, but it's not the central thing.
So we're going to do a little rapid fire
Okay.
now, a little quicker, fun questions. Favorite food?
I've ordered from 1,100 different DoorDash restaurants.
Wow.
So I actually like to try everything.
Your business idol?
There are people in retail that I've admired. The people that founded everything from Walmart to Costco. The team at Amazon, in e-commerce. The team, Elon Musk and what he's trying to do.
What about Elon Musk buying Twitter?
If he has time to run a third company, I think that'd be fantastic for the world.
You grew up in Illinois.
Yeah.
You live in California. You like basketball.
Yeah.
Here. Favorite
Bulls.
team? Bulls.
That's
Bulls,
easy.
not Warriors.
I grew up in the golden days of Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and actually, both the early 90s as well as the later 90s in which they won 3 in a row. I'm still a Bulls diehard, even though we're in a rough patch right now.
I hear you also like to run. You run marathons?
Yeah, well, I don't run marathons today, so just to be clear. But I do run every day, so that's been my sanctuary, if you will, for the past 10 years.
Your kids are still pretty young. How do you think having kids has changed you as a leader?
I think kids are amazing in that they're experiencing the world for the first time. Being able to listen versus to, talk at or to dictate an opinion, I think that's been, a big lesson. I think the second one is the power of curiosity. Kids, especially my kids at their ages of 2 and 4, are asking the question why a lot. And I think it's the best question.
It's also so hard.
And it's so hard to answer because, it requires clarity of thinking on everything, on the most basic things to more complicated things.
How has being an Asian American CEO impacted your experience?
Well, I think being an Asian growing up where I was the only Asian, and that was kind of my experience in Illinois, certainly had a big experience, and where it very directly, I saw firsthand, whether it was bullying or discrimination. But I think if I were to more broadly classify that to the privileged position that I'm in today, I'm still a minority in the sense that there aren't as many Asian American CEOs or founders as maybe founders from other backgrounds. And so I think it's that reminder to, one, always recognize that. And then I think secondly, to always keep the underdog mentality.
Do you think you faced more challenges than others because Asian American CEOs are so underrepresented? I mean, Asian Americans are underrepresented in leadership roles in tech, full stop.
I can't say that, for me personally, in building DoorDash, was that the experience. But look, I think you're right in calling out that when I look around me and when I look at especially public company founder CEOs, well, A, there aren't that many. B, when you start filtering for, those from Asian descent, it's a much, much smaller list. And so I take that with, great pride. I also take it with great responsibility, really, and again, remembering to invest in those who maybe don't come from privileged backgrounds, giving them an equal shot at it, and to always to stay hungry.
You changed your name to Tony when you moved
when I was 5, yeah.
to the U.S. You're 5 years old. After Tony Danza, who was the star of Who's the Boss.
Correct.
I love that.
I did. No one could pronounce my Chinese name, and so I said, okay, well, let's just make it easier.
Yeah.
And so I walked with my dad to the immigration office and legally changed my name.
Did life change? Did it feel like life changed after that?
It felt a lot easier to say, hi, I'm Tony.
What's it like being the boss now?
Honestly, I think I don't see myself that way. And I recognize that that's probably not how others view me, but I really view myself as a teammate. And, you know, for me, I think it's trying to make that actually true, make the reality of how I feel true to the perception that maybe others have of me as the boss, and making that distance shorter and shorter.
Set for the start of U.S. trading. Bloomberg The Open with Jonathan Farrell. Drilling down on the numbers and preparing you as only Bloomberg can. Weekdays on Bloomberg.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant, because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about, like, how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, you know, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
How did Jeff Bezos realize you could sell anything on the internet?
The web was growing at something like 2,300% a year. Anything growing that fast is going to be big.
Why did Bill Gates create Control-Alt-Delete?
Kind of become the poster child of, hey, couldn't you have made this stuff a little simpler?
And what inspired Diane von Furstenberg to create the wrap dress?
The wrap dress created me.
On the David Rubenstein Show, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders, right here on Bloomberg.
Doubt is something that artists, I think, live with constant. That's healthy. Something that's not met with challenge never really bears the fruit you want it to.
In 2002, a Chicago native had an idea. Hebrew Brantley was studying film at Clark University in Atlanta, but his true passion was in the visual arts of illustration and painting. A chance encounter at a campus flea market saw him sell his first painting to none other than friend and classmate DJ Drama. Overnight, Brantley found his calling and traded in his camera for a canvas. In the 2 decades since, he's challenged the art world's conventions with both his work and his attitude, secured the respect of his peers, and created a pantheon of characters beloved by a legion of fans that includes notables like LeBron James, Chance the Rapper, and Michael B. Jordan. And when he's not elbow deep in a can of paint, Brantley still finds time to collaborate with brands like Adidas and even return to cinema, directing a short for Netflix. And it all started with one idea.
How did your parents' professional life inform your creative aspirations?
My father worked for NBC, and my mother worked for JPC, which, is Ebony Jet. Mr. Johnson, she was his secretary, basically. And I didn't feel like goals were unobtainable. My mom nor my father never really were artistic, but my mom appreciated it adversely. Like, my father was very much like, yo, you go to school, you get good grades, and you get a good job, right? Like, this artist shit, that's not real. Like, you want to do art? Okay, well, be an architect, right? That has art in it. You got a pencil in your hand at some point, right? But it was the opposite from my mother. It was like, oh, you like art? Okay, well, let's find this. Hey, you ever heard of Basquiat? You ever heard of Warhol? Warhol paints Superman. You ever see this? Hey, you ever got Keith Haring? So, thanks to my mom, a lot of these things were put in front of me at an early age.
When did you start gravitating towards the arts yourself?
As a kid, the thing that I did most natural was, want to draw, color, create. I have these phases in my life. It's the Ninja Turtle phase and it's the Wu-Tang phase, right? And so, it was like, as a kid, you're mimicking the things you like, the Ninja Turtles and He-Man, and it's all of that, and it's innocent. And then Wu-Tang happened, and then it was like an awakening. I don't want to be a kid no more. These guys are doing a thing within music that, like, I can visualize, I can see, and they're taking elements of things that I grew up loving, cartoons, anime, kung fu flicks, Shaw Brothers, and hip hop, merging them all together. Why can't I do something similar in, a visual medium? Chicago wasn't a huge graffiti city, but we had it in pockets. And that was my way into doing art on a bigger scale. I never was really good at lettering, right? I was always better with, like, my character work, so if it's like a burner, I would do the character at the end or the beginning. But as the art started coming off the streets and into the galleries in that 80s movement, that was also sort of a great moment for me in terms of seeing how that works from an application standpoint, right? Like, these guys' main medium is spray paint, right? Spray paint isn't an easy medium to manipulate, right? But watching a guy like Dondi, both in the streets and in the gallery, I thought was really exceptional.
Is this just being on your teenage, having fun, expressing yourself, or are you thinking about where this is going to take you?
At the time, no, man. I was just like, this is fun, right? Because there was no one set sort of archetype or pathway towards this thing, right? It was like, okay, you want to be an animator, you want to work in animation, that's one route, right? I wasn't good enough for that. You want to be a comic book artist, wasn't good enough for that. My heroes looked weird as shit sometimes, and different angles I had trouble with. But I knew that I really enjoyed creating my own stuff, my own characters and things like that. But there wasn't a North Star to point to. Again, design wasn't designed by then. Cause, right? Like, he wasn't caused then. So I was just kind of like, this is fun. This is what we're doing. I think my biggest advantage as a creative is my upbringing, the things that I've experienced and being able to sort of work those into the things that I've created.
As an outsider looking in, I can see an aesthetic connective tissue between Common, Kanye's early stuff, Chance, and your work. And all of you guys came out of the south side of Chicago. From your vantage, A, do you see that connective tissue? And B, what do you think that comes from in particular?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think it's the environment. It's like how they say there's something in the water, right? The history in Chicago, especially the South Side, dealing with the nation, the Black Muslims, Jesse Jackson, Fred Hampton, Operation Push, right? We knew about those stories growing up. We understood that history. That was a part of our culture.
When you get to the end of high school, did you have a sense that you wanted to pursue art in a professional way?
Yeah, but my father, he didn't want me to suffer and starve. And so one of my other loves and passion has always been film. I think a compromise for the both of us was like, I can go to Clark Atlanta. They had a film program, the undergrad program that Spike went through, Spike Lee. At least I can be on some crew doing something at some level, but I'll have a job, right? I'll be able to make a way. I always wanted to be a director, I think, because with my ignorance, like that was the job or the role on a film set that I understood pretty simple and plain, right? I didn't know what a cinematographer really did. You know, I understood it to a degree, but like to me, if a director sort of oversaw these things and brought the people together, put this thing together in a way, talk with like, okay, I can understand that.
And where did it go left?
Clark's film program wasn't as good as it maybe once was, but we'd have like market Thursdays and Fridays. So you set up a table, you didn't need a permit or anything, right on the promenade, sell whatever. Drum, he had a table selling his mixtapes. This is back like, you know, DJ Dramatic, hip hop love song mixtapes. And then I'd have a table next to him sometimes just selling, you know, t-shirts, jackets, trucker hats, like hand painted. It grew and grew and grew so fast, and that really helped put me through my last kind of 2 years of school. One of my biggest early supporters was always my guy, DJ Drama. You know, he was the first one, you know, put money up and bought a painting for me. That meant everything. That was, you know, supreme validation from a peer that what I'm doing, you know, resonates and is worthwhile.
What year is this from?
This is like 97, 98. It was more towards my like end of my junior year into my senior year when I started working for different production companies and directors. You know, hip hop had moved from New York down south, and so more opportunity to get work on a crew. Obviously, they found out I could draw, so I would be kind of placed in that box, like doing storyboards, doing concept art for things. And that was cool, but it just got to a point where like, there was no real challenge to it. You know, I was about to have my first kid. How am I gonna make money, right? I'm still in school. I was working a job at a restaurant, and it just so happened that the restaurant was right across the street from the art college in Atlanta. So a lot of the art students worked at the restaurant, and they found out I could draw, so they started inviting me over to the school. And dude, it like opened my eyes. I had never been to art school proper. So it opened my eyes and it was like, holy shit, this is how y'all have access to this 24/7. This is how y'all get down. And so I just started going as often as I could. Like I was living at the school to the point where like the staff, the janitorial staff, the security let me in, buzzed me in because they saw me over there all the time. They just assumed he goes here. You know, you've got kids taking classes that are like, you know, painting one, drawing one, and that's not their focus, right? So they don't give a shit about, you know, painting supplies or something like that. So, you know, at the end of the semester, they're cleaning out lockers. And it's all this surplus of like half-used supplies. I, you know, pull the car up, take paintings, you know, paint over them, like half-painted paintings, you know, art supplies, big stacks of, you know, paper and whatever. And that really helped fund my sort of art education. You know, it wasn't like everything had to be a hit, right? I could miss, I could fail, and I didn't feel bad about it because I wasn't paying for it. Those 2 years became like my arts education. How do I know when to pivot? It's a feeling. You as the person, you know instinctively or should know instinctively sort of what feels right to you in that moment.
What were sort of the fundamental things that you walked away from that experience that you feel like have informed the decisions you made since?
Just that I could do this, right? Like that there was something there beyond just a want.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Hi, I'm Francine Lacroix. Join me on Leaders with Lacroix as we explore what drives the most influential people on the planet, with guests like U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate Change, John Kerry.
Climate has no affiliation with any party or ideology. Listen to the scientists. This is not a matter of ideology. It's not a matter of politics. That's the challenge.
Leaders with Lacroix on Bloomberg Television, TV Go, and Bloomberg.com.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia.
This is Count Under the Close.
Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto.
Hebrew began to gain confidence in his abilities, but he still needed to figure out how to sustain himself as an artist and what the content of his work would be. So he moved back to Chicago, reintegrated himself within his community, and searched for and eventually found his own visual language. You get to the end of college, you now have a child and real financial obligations. Did you end up taking a 9-to-5 job, or did you go straight into being a full-time artist?
No, dude, I'm not a good employee, but I did for a second. Basically, glorified doorman, right? In like really expensive condo building in, on Peachtree in Atlanta. When you think of like a doorman, like a certain age, 40s, 50-year-old black guy, that's the whole crew. And then there's me, this young artist. And I was just bad at it. Like I had the night shift, there's cameras everywhere, and I would like draw. And after the first week, it was like, all right, Hebrew, you gotta stop drawing. You gotta do your rounds. You gotta do this. Okay, I do that and to find a camera angle, so I draw away from, the angles. And then these people drive on the lawn of the property. I let them go before the police get there, properly filing a report, so I got fired. I hated the job anyway, and I just got to a point where it's like, as long as I'm creating and making something, I'm good. And so the next series of things that I did were all sort of in that space, and then teaching myself Photoshop, right? Atlanta's 20 parties a week, 40 promoters that need flyers. All right, I can make these little ghetto flyers, put a little hot girl here, Photoshop her here with the champagne bottles and the car in the background, like No Limit album covers, right? Like, one, I'm hustling, but two, this is also keeping me in that space, right? And I'm learning something. It's not necessarily the art that I want to do, but I'm learning how to do all this stuff.
Creating art takes a certain level of selfishness. Being a father takes a certain level of selflessness. How did you navigate that as you were trying to sort of cut your teeth and get these, your first sort of like foothold into the game? I was coming out of school. My son's mom was going back to school. And so like I would have him during the days, whenever he's got his head to a pillow, I'm in the living room painting. I'm grateful for her because I think that, she understood my ambition and supported it. I never really got from her about that. Again, like my mom was in full support, right? And I didn't really know. I'm just doing a thing, constantly. Did it create a sense of urgency? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can go another hour. I'll pass on that. I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna do this. And so it absolutely did, but it also brought about another motivation, which I didn't realize, or another thing where like having him allowed me to go back to being a child in certain aspects. Like sitting watching SpongeBob and not feeling a way about it. And then being able to like, as parents do, like, you want to hip your kids to like the stuff you grew up on. You fall back in love with those things and, those moments when, you were that age and that level of nostalgia. And that really helped unlock something for me. It was like, this is the truest version of me, right? And
what I've been doing up until this point creatively hasn't been the full version. I became less afraid to give that to, you know, the world, so to speak, or put that out there.
What was the path from there to getting your first show?
Even with shows early on, I wasn't reliant on a gallery or a gallery owner or, you know, any sort of institution. I would go to galleries, I'd go to shows, I'd talk with gallery owners. I didn't really like that world, right? We didn't speak the same language, you know? Some of the they were talking about, I would try to remember keywords and go home like, what is this, how, you know, how what the that mean? The thing I did understand was the presentation fact. It's like, have something you want to show, put on a show, and you show it. You open the doors. The most intimidating thing for an artist is to come to a blank canvas. I'll take a marker, I'll take a charcoal pencil, and I'll kind of just make some marks. And usually what I start out doing is completely opposite of what the end result is. In that space of always wanting to grow, always wanting to try different things, this is sort of what has kind of come from that. One of my oldest friends is an artist named Fahamu Peku. Fahamu was like the first artist I knew that had sort of broken through. Fahamu wasn't the guy to be like, yeah, I did it, ha, ha, ha. Fahamu was like, man, I did it, come on, let's go. He opened the door to bring me into that world and that space. And I had spent all this other time, you know, just bubbling, cooking, learning, you know? And so when that opportunity came, I was ready.
You knew how to paint and you knew how to make things, but figuring out the what or the why is, I think, probably the most challenging part for anyone, really, but a fine artist in particular.
Sure.
How did that sort of come into focus for you?
At the time, you know, the perception of black art was like, this is some we're going to talk about, you know, the slave fields, right? The old times before I existed, before they existed. We're going to do sort of like the jazz club scene, delve into some historical things and just sort of repurpose those memories, those moments. And that's kind of where things live. I came from the woman who worked for Johnson Publication, the first black publication, pulling from that level of iconography, that level of black history. You know, that was my understanding of my style at the time, but it didn't feel uniquely my own. There was still room for growth and development. I've been focused on and thinking about really heavily survival and, you know, the black body. Everything that's been happening throughout history, but more specifically the past couple of years. And like, what do you do? What can you do? And I think that the best thing that I can do as a visual artist and somebody with a platform is sort of, you know, constantly be ever present and talking about those things and those issues in my own way.
What was that process of unlocking what you really wanted to say?
Again, it was like a lot of trial and error, you know, creating these certain works, right? Again, like you have those ebony style pieces and some of them lean more into like figurative abstraction. And then I would have the character based stuff, a little skewed more towards, you know, animation and things like that. And I'm developing that language, you know, at the same time. And attention from an audience went quickly from that to being intrigued by, not fully invested in like, oh, we love this, but like, that's pretty dope, man. That feels like you. That feels like something you need to explore and try to unpack.
How many years did that take?
Third or fourth year out of school is when I really started to lean into the notion of like making something that felt like my own, you know? And that was also around the same time where like I had just moved back to Chicago. Not having seen a lot of these guys that I grew up with, not being around those people anymore, and them seeing me, seeing what I was up to, right? Letting them in on, you know, these are my ideas, these are my thoughts, really helped accelerate that growth.
During this process that takes several years for you to arrive at what the world would ultimately know as Hebrew Brantley's style, you are still having to provide for yourself, for your son. How successfully are you making ends meet during that period?
Fairly. So at that time, I started teaching. I was teaching art at this spot on the South Side called Little Black Pearl, sort of an after-school thing. This was the first time I'm in an environment where, like, I have free reign over a studio. I can stay at this building as late as I want and get down, right? And so it allowed me freedom to stretch out. When you're not confined, you know, and you can breathe a little bit, some dope gonna happen. going through my classes during the day, hanging around later at night, and just getting busy. Not only having that studio as a place to work in, but turning that studio into an actual piece of art. Going into the cafe, like, yeah, this wall is gross. Let's paint it. Go ahead, do a mural. Word? Okay, cool. All of these things is like, it's just strengthening my creativity and my understanding of my own voice. I felt confident enough from leaving that job to never having a job again. Right when I finally left the teaching job and going out on my own and doing my own thing, finally getting my first studio, making enough money to just survive off of the art. Like, my mom got sick. My mom had breast cancer. She beat it, went into remission, was fine, but it came back aggressive. In that process of her going to chemo and getting treatment, my stepfather finds out that he has pancreatic cancer. And so, that's a death sentence. And so what I have going on in my life is not as important right now as what my mom has to deal with. And, I'm waking up early, packing lunches, taking my brother and sister to school, picking them up from school, taking her to her treatments. And shortly after, again, finding all this out, my stepfather passes. My mom's health, it never came back. And so I'm raising my siblings at this point. And it became harder to paint. Right around that time, I had an opportunity to do my first solo show in Chicago. So I'm working at night every night, painting my ass off. I'm literally, dude, I'm down to like just a few shekels now in the bank account because I've already left the job, but this thing happened right after that. And I'm putting everything I got into this work. The day of the show, my mom's never been to an art show because I'd had all my shows in Atlanta at the time, right? She has my brother and sister. He wasn't able to fly, to come to an art show. Like, man, it's everything to me. My dad's coming, my mom's coming. And dude, I'm driving my mom back from treatment and she literally, I can't make it up, she goes blind. And it's like temporary thing that happens sometimes with chemo. She loses sight for a couple hours. And it terrified me and it just put me in this, this place of panic. Soon thereafter, she passed away. So throughout my life, my mom never got to see me have an art show. I found myself in a crazy position of raising my own son and then now having full custody of my brother and sister as a visual artist, right? Like, I don't have a secure gig. There were bills. I had to focus on keeping us alive, thriving, surviving, the whole thing. And I didn't have time to really grieve. It was just, I had to go.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1,
Right.
so it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right?
Yes.
And making sure you have the right amount of people
Yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
Power, policy, politics. From the White House to the Hill, Bloomberg covers the leaders in legislation.
That was really a tectonic shift for this White House.
The theory of this bill, as I understand it, is there'll be a multiplier effect.
How did Democrats mobilize specifically younger voters?
Bringing you the political news you need to know.
The president has made it very clear that this is a significant focus.
For the intersection of Wall Street and Washington, nobody covers politics like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business. Balance of Power with David Weston. News, analysis, insight from and about politics power players. Weekdays, this is Bloomberg.
Saddled with grief and new caretaking responsibilities, Hebrew had no other choice but to continue to create and try to monetize his efforts. Luckily, his work resonated, and on the strength of his talent and his unique proprietary characters, like the iconic Flyboy, he managed to build an audience and become one of the more buzzy names in the Chicago art scene. But his aspirations didn't stop there. Bent on bringing Flyboy to the big screen, Hebrew decided to set the table for this eventuality by returning to the world of film and directing his first short, Erax, for Netflix.
I had to think of ways creatively to take what I had to make something else. You know, I'm pestering folks. I'm doing whatever I can to just stay away from having to take a 9 to 5 to help us live. And 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, a year, it's actually starting to work. Damn, I got this opportunity. Y'all gonna pay me how much? To do what? Oh, hell yeah. I'll do that 3 times over for that. And once I kind of got into the flow, it just became the norm. Again, man, being lucky, right? Like meeting certain people that are like, man, I believe in what you're doing. Here's a studio space. I don't want nothing from you. Give me a painting every now and then, but here's a space. Luck is the supporting character in my story, honestly. You know, just from being able to, you know, be born a creative and not necessarily just being able to do a thing, but have a vision.
When did you paint your first pieces with the characters who I think we all most closely identify with you? The Flyboy, the Frog guys, like all of that.
The early 2000s. I don't really even remember what the absolute definitive first painting was. I can remember the first series of works where like there was enough to call it a series. That to me was sort of always imagined as a one and done proposition. You know, hell, some of the Flyboys or the characters at the time, they weren't black, you know? They were just, they were, you know, whatever color I had at the time, you know what I mean? Some were gray, some were portrait toned, you know, peach or whatever. But like watching how people respond. The next show had nothing to do with that stuff, but there was an expectation to see that stuff. And so, you know, as an artist, I mean, again, I don't know, everybody's different, but for me, that was amazing. That means I did something that connected with more than just 1 or 2 people. It connected with, you know, a broader audience, and people were expecting to see, you know, a familiar face, so to speak. And so that was just, you know, a light bulb, obviously, moment of like, I got something here and I want to explore it further.
Take me through that process.
I get bored really easily. No matter if the idea is good, if I'm saying certain things that are really, you know, I'm passionate about, just gets boring. It's repetition. It's like, you know. So finding new ways to bring this thing to life. And so getting into sculpture really early on in my career and like going to YouTube and watching tutorials on like, how do I do sculpture? Failing miserably at it, right? But then, you know, trying to find those people that know how to do it and can help guide me. And so I started making like these 3D heads, these like wall-mounted heads, right? With Flyboy and a few of the characters. The audience engages with them differently. And so I got into sculpture and then I got hooked on that and just wanted to do more and more. And then it was, from the heads, it was flying Flyboy. A few years into the game, working, painting, not really having sort of an established visual voice yet. I had kind of landed on this book, you know, about, it's like world history, World War II, Tuskegee Airmen. I just thought there was a real power behind that, right? There was a real, you know, a real story there that like, it connected with me. And so I took it a step further and just started to think about like, you know, the canon of characters that already exist, the Batmans, the Supermans, the Bugs Bunnies, the SpongeBobs, and like there was none that existed that were, you know, based off anybody of color, right? Really within that space. So I kind of did a mock show where like I presupposed that there was one, right? There was something that sort of time forgot about. That's something that was unreleased. And so, you know, that's kind of how I arrived at, you know, this guy right here, my second son.
At what point did you feel like you had arrived in that virtuous cycle where one thing is leading to the next and you no longer have that fear of looking down?
I think when I'm at a position where I'm having dinner with the mayor of Chicago and he knows exactly who I am, what I do, feeling like I'm invited into, you know, another circle.
How is the work evolving as you are becoming more successful? It's, I imagine, creating a bit of a feedback loop where you're receiving praise, scrutiny for certain things, criticism. How is that changing what you're making?
I think I'm just more aware of like the audience, because there's a real audience. It's not just people coming to look at art, but it's people investing in your art, right? People living with your art. I think seeing what sells, listening to how people speak about this versus this. Again, just watching engagement. You approach things a bit smarter, you know, with a bit more experience and a bit more confidence each time because of those things. I think I have a lot of creative goals. I would like to, you know, create a few things in different mediums that stand the test of time and be a benchmark for the time in which, you know, I existed.
Being a pop artist and a commercial artist as well as a fine artist, it takes planning and strategy and thought about how you are cultivating your brand. When did you start thinking about that? Thinking not just about an individual painting or a collection of paintings, but a larger Hebrew Brantley as a name and as a brand?
Very early on. I mean, it kind of goes back to like the days of me selling T-shirts on campus, like Basquiat, right? I think a lot of young Black artists especially find Basquiat, his work becomes sort of a jumping off point to an understanding of fine art. And now the world is starting to like understand who this guy is. Now there's T-shirts, there's mugs, and it's like, this dude never got to see a check for any of that, participate in any of that, have any input in any of that. I want to be able to take something from here and put it on a coffee mug, right? And somebody that can't afford that can afford that, and they can live with my art in their home. And this is, again, the contradictory, the nature of the art world, right? We're going to tell you that commercial art is not the way to go, that you shouldn't do that. But we're going to exploit dead artists and license their up the wazoo to sell you puzzles, postcards, books, T-shirts, etc. through our museum gift shop. And it's okay to do it there. But if you do it in any other arena, oh no, it's pop, it's bad. You're not supposed to do that. That. I'm a creator. I'm gonna create, I'm gonna make the I wanna make, and I'm gonna put it out how I wanna put it out. I'm not saying every idea I have is great, every at-bat is a home run, but I get to control it, right? I get to control my the way I want to within my lifetime. I can't control how it's gonna come out when I'm dead and gone, but for right now, these are the things I think are cool, these are the things I wanna participate in, and so I do. I'm not caught up in this idea of like how that's gonna be perceived in the fine art world, because a lot of it is bullshit. I know this is not favorable and it's not something I should probably say publicly, but I just think it is. Our audience can be real fickle, meaning like not necessarily allow for change. And so for me, just trying to do it in a way where, you know, I can slowly walk you along into another room and, you know, before you know, oh, I'm in another room. This is actually cool too. I get this and I understand this. There was one moment where I had this studio. There's these Chinese artists that live in Chicago, obviously from China, the Zhao brothers. They had created a studio space for artists on the South Side in Bridgeport. I was like, man, I have to work in here. This environment is crazy, it's great. And so I got my first real studio, like that wasn't associated with work, that's where my studio space was. On the first floor, they had a gallery, huge gallery, but it was a gallery for masters. You know, they would invite, you know, a master marbleist that, you know, did these incredible marble statues, and that's what they would show. It was a complete disconnect with, obviously, the other tenants in the building, but, you know, it brought in the folks, they sold work, etc. And so I kept bugging them, like, man, you need some young blood in here. It was like, no, it's a rule. I'm like, whose rule? It's like, it's our rule. It's like, well, rules can be broken, right? Like, and so over the course of like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, they started seeing like we would have open studios, and they started seeing that like when it's time for everybody to leave, everybody's still back in my studio, looking at my stuff, talking. So you know, it's a movement. It's the energy's there. It's undeniable. And so I convinced them to give me a show, and they did. My first big solo show in a real gallery. That was like the first big Flyboy show. You know, it was like publications, write-ups. You know, the show was supposed to go for a month. It went for 2. You know, the work sold out. But with that show, I not only just did the show, but exited through my gift shop. I got T-shirts, you know, I've got little collectible figurines, I've got hats, hoodies, stickers, posters, prints, all of that. And like, I sunk everything I had into that show, and it proved to be a success.
At what point did Hollywood start coming and knocking on your door on potential adaptations of these characters?
I'd say within like the past 5-6 years, right, where Michael B. Jordan had come to Chicago working on some film, but saw my art, connected with it, and just hit me on Instagram. And we started talking. And, you know, at this time, his stock is rising. I think he's about to do Creed. And, you know, it's like he's becoming, you know, Michael B. Him having the connections here started to, like, throw my names around in meetings. It just allowed me to see that, like, I have something that can live beyond this space and potentially in another space.
So people are kicking the tires on you to see what's up with your characters, but ironically, your first foray into Hollywood ends up being a live-action short that you direct for Netflix.
Yeah.
Right? How did that happen?
It was during the pandemic. You know, I shot a few music videos for some friends and, you know, sort of got the bug back and really wanted to do more. And I was gonna just shoot a little short film at the house, you know, something I wanted to do with my daughter. I just introduced her to Gremlins. It was eye-opening for her. She's 7. I got a call from my agent that Netflix was doing this emerging filmmaker program. They wanted me to pitch a few ideas, and so I did, and one of them happened to be the idea that I was gonna do with my daughter, which was called Erax. They loved it, they wanted to do it, and, you know, we made it happen.
Will we see Flyboy on the big screen anytime soon?
We will. I don't know how soon, but I know it's coming. You know, it's something that I've been working towards for a long time now, and I think that, like, opportunities are there and obviously growing. It's just about sort of aligning with the right one.
Is it difficult to pursue opportunities like that and retain ownership of the IP for the characters?
It's extremely difficult because, you know, obviously for studios, they want to own everything outright. You know, unless you're like J.K. Rowling, where it's like you have a successful, mega successful book series, and then, you know, you have leverage there. And for me, having had success in a space, selling merch and things based around this IP, definitely helps when having the conversation of how percentages work and things of that nature.
I would imagine just dealing with the administration of Hebrew Brantley as a brand is a full-time job. And on top of that, you are still in the studio painting works by hand every day while you are meeting with agents and talking to studio execs and talking to collectors and doing all of that stuff and developing your IP into new extensions. How do you sort of navigate managing your schedule and prioritizing, you know, how you spend your time?
The main thing is I have a really strong team, you know, of people around me that, like, are able to help with that. The creative still falls on me, but I'm a very ambitious person, always have been, and I think that while the pendulum still swings in my favor, I want to try to jump at those opportunities and sort of seize the moment. We are in a real moment right now. For Black creatives, you look at Hollywood, right? The dominant stories that are being told are from our perspective. In the fine art world, I don't know what happened, but the gatekeepers finally figured out that Black is dope. Black is the new Black. It's a real moment that hopefully will continue, but while we're in it, I want to be able to participate.
So what is the bucket list?
Obviously continuing painting, that'll never stop. Bigger shows, more experiential exhibitions, not just white walls and paintings, but you're going into an experience. And then on the other side is to, exploring animation, from shows to features, live action films, directing some, producing some. All of these things are slowly being set up. I like to tell stories, so to be able to tell stories here, in a two-dimensional sort of space to, actually with live actors or, in an animated space, I think is all different pieces of a whole.
As the visibility goes up and the stakes go up, does it get easier?
No. It's never easy. You just get more accustomed to the chaotic nature of it all. You know what I mean? It's I know what I do isn't suited for a lot of people or how I do certain things, but this is the only way I know how to do it.
A cruise ship is much more than a flotilla of financials and numbers. Naftali Holt showed me around the Celebrity Beyond, Royal Caribbean's newest ship, rolling out not the red carpet, instead the magic carpet, an example of investment that's yielding returns in several different ways.
Originally, actually, we designed it because we wanted to have a really nice platform for tendering, because sometimes we can't home port
So
destinations.
functional.
Exactly, value fractional. And then we looked at it and said, why don't we just make it a really cool feature spot where people can enjoy it beyond the functional space? And we created this bar. It went up and down.
Now, what does it take to
How
do?
about the Instagram? Can you speak about that?
I can imagine.
Instagram moment with the sunset, having a drink with your friends or family. I mean, that's amazing.
So what does it take to do something like this? And I'm thinking cost, engineering, time.
Yeah, a lot of effort from a lot of people. So it starts from just the design and the conceptual aspect of it. Then we need to figure out a lot of technical factors, the weight, the wind, and so lots and lots of hours of really hard work. And every time we up the game, we see that customer willing to spend more.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
La terre est utilisée au Burkina Faso depuis l'Antiquité, depuis très très longtemps. Avant, nos grands-parents utilisaient beaucoup la terre, ils utilisaient beaucoup les matériaux qui étaient disponibles naturellement. Alors qu'est-ce qui s'est passé au fil du temps pour qu'on en arrive à un boom où on utilise véritablement la tôle, le béton et ça dénature complètement les villes? On n'a plus d'identité architecturale.
Burkina Faso is one of many developing nations swapping traditional earth brick buildings for those made of concrete and cement. While these building materials are often seen as a sign of development, the reality is quite different. The construction industry globally accounts for 38% of carbon dioxide emissions, and building with concrete makes up around 8% of that total.
We architects have to start listening.
not just to the climate and to ecology. We seriously have to kind of own up to the responsibility that's at stake here. I think this is the responsibility of every future architect to think about mitigating the damage and to look at the proper alternatives.
Clara Sourdough is one of those architects looking for a sustainable alternative. She's part of a growing movement who think reimagining how we build with mud is the solution.
Nous sommes convaincus ici que la recherche architecturale, l'avenir de l'architecture en fait passe par un retour, un développement en fait de ce que nous avons chez nous. Voilà, pour dire simplement, tout homme qui naît dans un milieu donné a tout ce qu'il lui faut pour pouvoir s'en sortir.
Sourdough often uses Banco, also known as adobe, in her buildings. The compacted, sun-dried bricks make use of whatever can be found in the local area, including soil, sand, clay, stones and sticks.
Donc il faut très faire attention au choix de la terre, parce que c'est ce qui va déterminer vraiment la résistance de la maison. Il faut savoir de quoi on parle, il faut passer par différents petits tests qui vont en tout cas confirmer la résistance, voilà. Comment elle peut être utilisée en fondation, comment elle peut être utilisée pour un mur, comment elle peut être utilisée en toiture. Donc du coup, l'utilisation de la terre demande toujours des recherches. On ne finit pas d'apprendre, on ne finit pas du tout d'apprendre et surtout pour notre pays, on a besoin beaucoup de continuer les recherches concernant l'utilisation de la terre, l'ingéniosité concernant toutes ces questions-là.
Mud buildings gained a bad reputation in Burkina Faso after there were several reports of houses collapsing due to extreme rainfall. As living standards have increased and cement has become more easily accessible, people have moved away from using earth to build.
Bon, de façon générale, la construction en terre n'est pas bien reçue. Donc déjà, le Burkinabé lambda, il entend Banco, il te dit « La terre? Non, non, non. Mais ça rappelle la pauvreté. Pourquoi je vais construire en terre pour m'appauvrir les poches ?» Donc il y a des mentalités comme ça qui sont parfois liées à la culture qu'il y a du mal à changer.
Sourdough is convinced that mud can not only withstand changes to the environment, but actually fare better than concrete. Her buildings also challenge the idea of what mud buildings look like.
Voilà, nous sommes à Kaya, au centre médico-chirurgical, où nous sommes en pleine construction d'un bâtiment que nous avons appelé le bâtiment mixte, qui est un bâtiment médical où il y aura des laboratoires, pharmacie, administration. Donc le choix s'est porté sur la construction en voûte nubienne, qui est une construction qui requiert vraiment beaucoup d'attention.
The Nubian vault is a design that was revived by Egyptian architect Hassan Fatih in the 1940s after he saw the technique in the Nubian village of Abu al-Rish. It has a curved structure that doesn't require wood or metal reinforcement, making it environmentally friendly and ideal for countries with limited natural resources.
On a sur place des maçons qui ont déjà reçu une certaine formation, qui ont des capacités de construire en voûte nubienne, mais en imaginant en fait, en concevant en fait nos bâtiments, nous avons toujours une touche particulière pour apporter un peu plus de modernité, de contemporanéité dans nos bâtiments. Cette technique, nous l'avons revalorisée à travers les matériaux que nous avons au Burkina, donc essentiellement le banco. Il n'y a pas de déchets, tout est réutilisable. Donc c'est un chantier vraiment zéro déchet.
Beyond being a recyclable and sustainable resource, earth is also better suited to rising temperatures. Mud has a high thermal mass, which means it slowly absorbs and stores heat during the day, stopping a house from becoming too hot. Then, when the temperature drops at night, the heat is radiated back into the room.
C'est un système constructif qui utilise des murs très épais. Donc, on a des murs de 40 cm pour les plus faibles et des murs de 60 à 80 cm. Donc déjà, l'épaisseur du mur va jouer un grand rôle pour l'inertie thermique de la maison, du bâtiment, parce qu'il va permettre en fait d'emmagasiner l'air chaud qui va venir de l'extérieur et le transmettre très lentement à l'intérieur de l'édifice.
In contrast, thin cinder block walls with hollow recesses allow heat to pass through much quicker, causing the inside of buildings to get extremely hot during the day. Many people who've built with concrete are finding they now need to buy air conditioning units, but the cost of installation and upkeep are too much for some.
Our institutions at the moment are geared towards this industrial form of computer type of generated architecture, which is devoid of any sensitivity, devoid of any interaction with nature, devoid of any interaction with the inhabitants who are going to be living there, let alone the discussion of a community. As Hassan Fethi used to say, we're interested in the people who have the malalim, meaning the cents, and not in the people who have the malayin, meaning the millions, you know. We're talking of the wider population because this is where the impact of the climate and what's happening in the climate change is most seen.
Burkina Faso contributes just 0.08% of global emissions, but ranks as one of the countries most vulnerable to climate change. The landlocked nation could see a temperature increase of up to 1.6 degrees Celsius by 2050 and up to 4 degrees by the end of the century. That's 2.5 times more than the global average.
We need a paradigm shift. And unless this happens yesterday before today, it's not going to be possible. It's not going to be possible to mitigate the effects of the carbon footprint and the damage that we have been creating. There's this balance, there's this ecological balance about the use of natural building materials that you don't find anymore. This is not the architecture of the past, this is the architecture of the future.
Building with mud offers clear advantages for the environment, especially for those living in hotter climates, but it's not without its drawbacks. Creating structures like sourdogos that are as sturdy as concrete and look just time. This makes it difficult to scale up to match the demands of the modern building sector. For now, architects are using a hybrid method, combining a small amount of concrete into their designs, which speeds up the process, but also safeguards against more intense weather events.
Le béton peut être un meilleur allié pour la terre aussi, parce que ce qu'il faut pas oublier, c'est que la terre travaille surtout en compression. Donc, il y a des choses que la terre veut bien faire, mais ne peut pas faire. Donc, les systèmes s'entremêlent, la tradition et la modernité se mélangent. Il ne faut pas perdre de vue pour quel pays on construit, pourquoi on le fait et qu'est-ce qu'on recherche à la fin. Aujourd'hui, on se rend compte qu'avec la situation, la crise mondiale, les coûts des matériaux sont exorbitants. Il y a des problèmes d'importation, d'exportation, etc. Et par contre, nous, les techniques que nous avons, qui sont très basiques, qui utilisent les matériaux tout à fait disponibles et accessibles localement, ces différentes constructions se font comme des bouts de pain en fait. On n'attend rien de l'extérieur, on y va et voilà, le compte est bon. Donc véritablement, on se rend compte qu'on a tout à y gagner en se référant d'abord à ce qu'on a chez soi pour continuer d'évoluer à l'avenir avec.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg. The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
I'm going to take a look right here at regulation.
We are seeing digital currencies under some pressure.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people.
I want to have some of my money outside of the sovereign.
The transactions.
This is a simple case of where did the money go?
And the technology.
If people wish to invest in it, they must be prepared to lose their money.
I am still very positive on real utility into this space.
Bloomberg Crypto.
The innovation agenda is going full speed on mitigation. That's where, there's 100 companies, Breakthrough Energy's funded.
By mitigation, you mean mostly energy. You mean everything to do with energy. You mean generation of energy. You mean batteries. You mean transport. You mean all of the new, and there's some renewables that are already traditional, but more that need to come out. So that's the package that you're talking about mitigation? Yeah. Or are you also talking about agriculture as mitigation?
Yeah, so every area of emissions, the world tends to focus on passenger cars and electricity. That's not a third of emissions. And so the focus on the easiest third, now 4% of new cars are electric, so that's the field that we're furthest along. About 4% of energy generation is wind and solar.
You've got to explain this one to me. What does it mean when the White House says we're watching markets carefully?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've been in and seen it.
Lots of Bloombergs. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg. Lots of Bloomberg.
I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. I've seen the Bloomberg. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
We had a long-standing presence here in Houston for the past, I would say, 20-some years, since the compact merger. We bought a piece of land, we started building this building. And in doing so, we had to also recalibrate how we were building it because the pandemic hit us. And we thought about recreating a work environment that is very, very different, that is catered for this new structural way of working, which we call edge to office, where people don't always come to the office to work, can work remotely from their homes, their edges, but have to come back to the office for specific reasons, such as team meetings, customer meetings, and in general, collaboration.
With regards to the hybrid work model, do you see that as something that will persist longer term when the pandemic is long gone?
Yes, no question, this will persist.
How did Jeff Bezos realize you could sell anything on the internet?
The web was growing at something like 2,300% a year. Anything growing that fast is gonna be big.
Why did Bill Gates create Control-Alt-Delete?
Kind of become the poster child of, hey, couldn't you have made this stuff a little simpler?
And what inspired Diane von Furstenberg to create the wrap dress?
The wrap dress created me.
On the David Rubenstein Show, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders, right here on Bloomberg.
My guest this week is the former US military intelligence analyst, Chelsea Manning. When she was 22, she made a decision that would change the rest of her life. She chose to leak hundreds of thousands of military reports to WikiLeaks about the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan in a bid, as she would say, to educate the public about what was really going on. She was then arrested, held in a metal cage, and found guilty of theft and espionage, sentenced for 35 years in prison. President Barack Obama later commuted that sentence after 7 years served. Now she's put her account in a new book, and I want to ask her why she did what she did. Chelsea Manning, welcome to the programme. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
You were just 22 in 2010, working for the US military as an intelligence analyst, when you made a decision that would change the rest of your life. It was actually sitting in a bookshop back in America. You decided to leak hundreds of thousands of US military reports about the wars in both Iraq and Afghanistan to WikiLeaks. Why?
Well, I mean, there was a whole series of events that occurred before this. And as I write in a book, there was a whole sequence of events that led up to this. I had spent, several months in Iraq. I had, been an intelligence analyst for quite some time.